I'm good, sir. How are you? Good. As well. Thank you.
How you doing? Yeah. What's your name? Come.
Oh, come on. We're the solution finders. Okay. Come on, staff.
I drive by it all.
You're doing stuff.
Those are little seeds we're planting.
Well, and they're noticed.
Make sure you're seated.
Yeah.
Or
Or I can say, that's what I can.
Robin.
Hi, LaToya. I was looking for CIO resumes, and I was looking for
Commissioner's Court.
Hi there, Andy Summer.
Jonathan Perry, thank you so much for the invitation.
Oh, I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much.
So we'll
From here, yes.
Yeah, right here.
And he'll read your bio. He'll call you up.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:01, 9:02.
and we're getting close.
It is Tuesday, September the 3rd. The Dallas County Commissioners Court, quorum is present. Court will come to order. All legal notices have been posted, and this court is duly called. Can I get a motion to close the August term?
so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair is in the affirmative. Can I get a motion to open the court for the September term?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the September 2024 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Our invocation this morning will be given by a guest of Commissioner Summerman.
Please welcome Reverend Jonathan Perry. He serves as senior pastor of the Arapahoe United Methodist Church, a thriving and welcoming church at the corner of Coit and Arapahoe. Prior to beginning at Arapahoe this July, Jonathan served churches in Austin and in the DFW area, most recently at the First United Methodist Church of Denton, Texas, where he served 8 years as executive pastor. During his time in Denton, Jonathan led many community-centric strategy initiatives, including working with the city of Denton and Denton County and other local partners to develop projects to build 175 units of workforce affordable housing on the campus of FMUMC Denton in the heart of Denton, a subject near and dear to my heart. Jonathan believes that the churches are called to seek holistic flourishing of the communities around them and looks forward to putting down roots here and supporting the community in Dallas County. Reverend.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioners Court and guests. Let's pray together. Gracious and loving Creator, we gather today in this space of leadership and responsibility to do the sacred work of governance, seeking your wisdom and guidance as we undertake this work for the people of Dallas County. I thank you for this group and their diligent, selfless work on behalf of our community. May this assembly continue to be a beacon of hope, justice, and equity, reflecting the values that unite us as a community. We ask that your presence be with us, that our minds be open to the diversity of thought, experience, and belief that enriches our county. Help us to listen deeply and act with compassion, ensuring that all voices, and especially those of the vulnerable and the overlooked, are heard and respected. Grant these leaders the courage to stand for what is right, even when it is difficult, to pursue policies that promote the flourishing of all who call this place home. Give them also your grace as they navigate challenges and disagreements. May we remember that our common humanity transcends our differences, binds us together, and that each person here is deserving of dignity and respect. So in this sacred task of governance, may we be ever mindful of a responsibility we carry now and for future generations, ensuring that our choices today build a more just, free, and loving tomorrow for all people. It is with hearts full of gratitude and full of humility that we offer this prayer for wisdom, compassion, and justice. We pray all of this in your many names. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Perry. Welcome to this session of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. We will be dealing with those matters that have been previously briefed and are posted and are eligible in this particular session of the court. Any future session will deal with matters that we will take up at that time. The first thing is a public hearing. There is none as far as right now. There's an 11 o'clock public hearing for the budget for Parkland, and then of course we'll deal with the budget for Dallas County at the appropriate time. It's on the agenda. The resolutions, and I'll begin with National Recovery Month. Is there a delegation for our National Recovery Month? Will you please come forward? And the resolution reads, whereas mental health and substance abuse disorders affect all communities nationwide with commitment and support, those impacted can embark upon a journey of improved health and wellness. And whereas the thrust and focus of Recovery Month each September celebrate all people who make the journey of recovery possible by embracing the tagline. The tagline, and I quote, recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community, unquote. And whereas Recovery Month spreads the message that people can and do recover every day, despite the disappointing statistics that report thousands of our citizens in Dallas County and their families are affected either directly or indirectly. And whereas Recovery Month ensures that people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorder, and encourages people in need of recovery to seek help. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does now join the nationwide Recovery Month efforts to heighten awareness and promote a greater understanding of mental health and substance use disorders. And be it further resolved that the Dallas County Court adopt the National Recovery Month focus, which beckons first responders, health care workers, community leaders, and advocates helping to support the recovery in our larger society. So moved.
Second.
It's moved and second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Mr. Joe Powell, you'll introduce your delegation and yourself, please.
All right. Yep. My name is Joe Powell, and I am a young person in long-term recovery. And of course, what that means is that I haven't had a drink in over 35 years now. And it's only because of recovery from substance use and mental health that I'm able to be the president and CEO of APA, the Association of Persons Affected by Addiction here in Dallas now for 25 years. And I have with me Mr. Dr. Reverend Walter Taylor from he's the Chief Strategist for the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority. Thank you. And then I've got Anthony Garcia, and also from NICBA. And I forgot your title.
Chief Compliance Officer.
Chief Compliance Officer. Right. Ms. Cardwell. And Ms. Cardwell is also with the Committee for Recovery Month. Of course, the Big Texas Rally for Recovery is coming on the 21st of this month. And Ms. Cardwell is with that. And
Calvert Hopkins, NAMI Dallas Southern Sector.
all All right, Ms. Hopkins from NAMI Dallas, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Southern Sector, Dallas Southern Sector. So we are honored there to be a delegate for Recovery Month this year. Again, recovery, the definition is recovery is the process of change to which individuals improve their health and wellness, live a self-directed life, and strive to reach their full potential. And this is only done by, of course, all of us. Like Commissioner, you said there in the proclamation, that how we are thankful to you, Commissioner Price, all of the commissioners, Commissioner ELBA, definitely Commissioner Daniels, right, and everyone here, that because it will take all of us to do this right here. And of course, with the opioid crisis and all of the recovery months activities that we're having, we are looking forward to everybody being there this year. And if you haven't got the invite, we're going to make sure that everybody get it. Okay.
Joe, let me just say, first of all, you have been a true partner in this journey. Everyone who is with you and associated this morning, as I along with Commissioner Daniels, chair behavioral health leadership. For 25 years, you have demonstrated that you are a tool that the system cannot sustain without, even to the point that you are now with your group helping us to manage that population, both inside custody and, as you say, handoff to custody outside. I know Mr. Reed is going to tell us here real soon with regards to where we are with that whole opioid piece that's on the street. But I just want to say thank you, and North Texas Behavioral Health for all you have continually done and continue to do. We really could not make it without you. And I speak for Parkland as well. I look at their numbers as this court appropriates money to them, but that's all in custody. That's all while we have them where we have some, not only just surveillance, but have oversight. But it's once they're handed off to the community that makes the marked difference in terms of how they're able to, let me just say, not necessarily reintegrate into this society, but that we as a community understand where they are. So I just want to thank you and all that's with you for what you continue to do on a daily basis. We talk about this in behavioral health often. It's a 24/7 deal. And we call on you on the weekends, people who are in distress, and you always, NIDBA, Dr. Tate, you'll respond. It doesn't matter where you are. We can call you from church services, and you'll always seem to respond. So I just want to say thank you. Nobody is immune from this. And this whole mental health thing, and to Dr. Bernard and his staff, it's been a real challenging couple of weeks. And so we continue, Pastor, to pray for them and that staff out there. But mental health, whether it's the police officer, the shooter, the fireman, the gentleman on the Stadler Hilton jumped, just it doesn't seem to be subsiding. And so we continue to ask that you be our partner.
And I would like to follow up with that through all the efforts of so many people, and as Commissioner Price has said, on our table, you know, we are assigned the jail population. But that also means there's a responsibility in my mind to make that connection with so many other people. And it's all of you who are out there. I mean, I run into you all over the place because you are there. It is so important. First of all, you got to show up. in order to make the assessments and provide the help that is needed by a variety of people. So I smiled when you walked up because I know that you bring a lot of experience, a lot of insight and knowledge to a situation that, first of all, the bad news is that it's still inching up just a little bit all the time. Now, part of that is because we're growing in population. I get that. But you got to stay very much on top of it, and that's why it's just, a huge thank you to all of you and to all the other organizations and colleagues who are out there providing the needed services so that Dallas County can be as healthy body-wise and in mental health issues. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
I just want to follow up very briefly with the fact that as the chair of the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority, I see firsthand how much they do, how many people they see every month, every year. And unless, like it's been said, substance abuse and mental health affects everyone nationwide. Nobody, regardless of economic status, race, or where we do or live, is immune to these problems, and we know it affects from law enforcement, emergency personnel. Every single branch of government in our society gets affected by these issues, and but you, Joe, that has been in the trenches for over 35 years, saying, "Hey, it can be done." There is a door, there is a tunnel of life where you can recuperate and become part of the solution. For that long, it's incredible. And the group that you lead, when you present in front of every organization, the first thing it always comes to my mind, here he is telling us what we have to do because he knows, he's been there, and more importantly, he's ready to share his wisdom with all of us. So thank you for your advocacy, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for being here year after year telling us that we need to continue to put the money where our mouth is. So thank you again, and thank you all, and NITPA and the delegation that is here supporting you. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
All right. Thank you.
You don't want to get a
Joe,
quick photo?
Joe, Doctor, y'all come
forward.
forward.
I have too many pictures.
Yeah, no, but we need to continue to remind people,
That's
we
correct.
get all of these months and we all get jammed up. And so we want to continue.
Congratulations one more time. It's good to see you. Doctor, good to see you. Hello. I love your hat.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Gracias. Good to see you. Salve, hermano.
Hello, Miss Nami. How are you?
Southern sector. Good to see you.
One, two, three.
Getting there, right?
Sorry,
Hold on,
one
hold
more.
on, hold on.
One more.
She's a little, not as tall, but she'll get it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next one, Judge, is Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Commissioner Price. And of course, members of the audience. The next resolution is for someone that I met many years ago. She is Ms. Verna Thomas-Melton. And I want to ask the delegation to come forward. When I met Ms. Melton, the first thing that I thought was, wow. Here is a strong woman, someone that is educated, always fighting not only for women, but for people to be recognized. She recognizes the good in everyone and how important it is for all of us to be together for our achievements as a society and as a community. So it's a pleasure and an honor for me to read the next resolution that reads, whereas Dallas County takes a special notice when a constituent continuously impacts the community and its residents in a positive manner. Ms. Verna Thomas-Melton has an exemplary 50-year track record of volunteer service to Dallas County. A Fort Worth, Texas native and longtime Dallas County resident, she is a community advocate, philanthropist, and entrepreneur. Since 1974, she has consistently dedicated her time to fighting for the rights of our most vulnerable populations, helping improve life for others and elevating the voice of African American community. And whereas Ms. Thomas-Melton advocacy journey started as a concerned mother whose child was erroneously placed in a special education program for the gain of federal funds. In 1973, she took a stand to end the misplacement of students in special education across the Dallas Independent School District. Her courageous effort led to significant changes in the program throughout the state of Texas. And whereas her dedication to address social issues continued to grow, Ms. Thomas-Melton founded the once well-known Judy Lott Community Development Center in Oak Cliff and documented the food needs of the city of Dallas. This led to the establishment of the first North Texas Food Bank in 1981. And whereas the Judy Lott Center once housed a family of 7 because other homeless shelters will not service families, Ms. Thomas-Melton saw the opportunity to fill a void. She collaborated with the City of Dallas to create the first 24-hour emergency shelter in 1983. The Austin Street Shelter is still in operation today. Her outstanding contributions led Mayor Jack Evans to proclaim February 13, 1983 as Verna Thomas Day, and whereas Ms. Thomas-Melton later founded Verna's H.E.L.P Foundation, a faith-based nonprofit organization, she has spearheaded countless initiatives to support various community needs, including fighting poverty, protecting students and teachers, and supplying resources for professional and entrepreneurial development. And whereas her advocacy efforts have also influenced public safety policies, such as the use of clear backpacks in schools and legislation for improved healthcare access, among other initiatives. Ms. Thomas' work over the years has involved collaboration with leaders across a variety of sectors, from governors and mayors to prominent attorneys, business leaders, and school administrators. And whereas she was instrumental in making Texas' first bronze statue of Martin Luther King Jr. a reality at Fair Park. Ms. Thomas-Melton knows firsthand the potential consequences of standing up for social change. Job terminations and financial instability are part of the sacrifices she has endured. As a published author, she writes about her struggles and victories, as from of gratitude and encouragement to others. Additionally, as an executive producer of Dallas' first Black history makers and leaders, she will complete the first documentary to showcase leaders who play a significant role in our local African American history. And whereas President Joe Biden recently recognized Ms. Thomas-Melton with a Lifetime Achievement Award for her significant philanthropic contributions and commitment to the Dallas-Fort Worth community. After 5 decades of volunteer service, she will celebrate her retirement on the 14th day of September of 2024. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby congratulates Ms. Verna Thomas-Melton on her retirement and extends their deepest gratitude for 50 years of invaluable contributions to the Dallas community, Dallas and Dallas County. The Commissioners Court recognizes that her leadership, courage, and life devotion to social advocacy has touched the life of many, and wishes her good health and happiness in her future endeavors. And I so move.
Second.
Want to carry the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
That was the judge.
Yeah, I understand. That's what I'm saying. I was waiting. I got a motion a second. I just.
Oh, listen, Judge, you just have to put the gavel.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, just hit the gavel. Okay. Gotcha.
Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge, I'm sure you want to do that.
And with us today, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, rough night with twins. Today I want to recognize my friend and our great federal judge, Sam Lindsay, who is with us today.
Ms. Verna, the podium is yours.
I want to first give all praises to my God for allowing me to be here this early in the morning, coming from almost Rockwall and all that traffic in the rain. But I thank God that I'm here and I made it. But to Commissioner ELBA GARCIA for your initiative, to Judge Clay Jenkins, my commissioner from Garland, THERESA Daniels, to Mr. Summerman, and to my 1981 board member, Commissioner John Wiley Price, with the DULY Community Center. So I want to tell all of you all how much I was touched when your assistant called me. It brought so many tears to my eyes. On behalf of the DULY Community Center and its 7 members that's still alive today in the DFW area, and the 28 that's deceased, I stand on their shoulders today, where many have impacted my life since 1974. When we first, not only did we help my son, but when the investigation was over with the Department of Justice, there was 5,000 young black boys that we helped free from Plan A, which was a special education program in DISD. I am so faithful I'm a faithful believer in God. And at age 75, I am so thankful that I still have my mind, my memory. So God has been good to me. So in 1981, I want to tell everybody, because I'm emotional, but I'm so thankful to you for 3 decades. 3 decades has passed. Nobody has given a resolution like that to me. Nobody has ever given an award to me like you have today. So I'm letting you know I have to give credit where credit is due in remembrance of my loved ones. 1981, when Congressman Jim Maddox came to me and Albert Lipscomb, he asked if we could help him do a task with the black chairman out of Washington, D.C. by the name of Sam Cornelius. They chose our community center, the DULY Community Center, to disperse cheese and butter because there was a hunger need all over America during that time, but especially here in Dallas-Fort Worth. And with the board members of Buddy Milliards, Jack Evans, and who we had on our board, John Wiley Price was there.
The
But we had
Medranos,
all of us.
the Medranos were there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Your
Martinez.
husband was the one that helped us with those children.
Yep.
Judge, Attorney Domingo Garcia was our rivalry. He helped us free those children. Yes, ma'am. Pancho Medrano.
Pancho Medrano.
So I'm telling you that how emotional I am, because when we was giving out all that cheese and butter, we had to document. Mr. Minions would come over and answer our telephones while me and Al did all the writing, documenting, and passing out the cheese and butter. We had some volunteers, but our documentation was doing the implementation because Buddy Minions and all of his friends, Jack Evans, them, had to have our documentation in order to go to Austin to create the bill for the North Texas Food Bank. So it was our documentation that helped them with the implementation. of the first North Texas Food Bank. I'm very proud of that, and I miss them all so dearly. And when 1982, when I was asked to get up out of my bed during the middle of the night because my sister, who was a minister, had saw this lady in her prayer line with little children living in the streets of Dallas. And when that man called me, I had to move. I had to get up and go see about it. On the corner of Sain and Hatchet was a green filling station. When we drove up there, there was a little bitty heads coming out the bathroom. Come a hole, it was 5 little bitty children coming out that restroom. And we had to take those people in my car to the DULY Community Center because we had nowhere to put them. The next day, Mr. Lipscomb called all over Dallas. No, to the Salvation Army, the YMCA, nobody would take that family. So it became our responsibility to house them. And we, with all of our board members, they came together to help us fund them people for a whole year. 5 little boys. And so in your packages, I even gave y'all some of the newspaper clippings about that. I'm so glad and so thankful to God that I'm still here to tell this story. Lord have mercy. And when Annette Strauss and Carolyn Taylor, who is the wife of Stark Taylor, when they said, Verna, this is a liability by keeping them here at night. I said, well, what am I supposed to do? Put them back on the streets? Right. So then she got up under her husband's, she lit fire up under her husband, Stark Taylor, to say we needed this shelter. It was Stark Taylor and Annette Strauss who both created the homeless shelter because we had none in Dallas. But again, it was our implementation, our documentation, for them to be able to implement. So, Ms. Garcia and all of the county commissioners, I am so humble, honored to accept this resolution that has been approved by all of you. And I'm excited about our new documentary, and I am excited to make it to 75 years. I have today my board members from the Verna's H.E.L.P Foundation who's here with me, who's standing with me today, who has been with me, some have been with me all my life. My husband, Mr. Milton, I want to thank you for coming, helping me drive in all that rain. He was really upset today. And all of my board members, and also Mr. Pano, come on up here beside me because he is the producer. I'm not the executive producer. This man here and his brother from India will be helping us with our first Black documentary of all the history makers. And I have Judge Lindsay. There he is right here. I want you to come here, Judge Lindsay. Judge Lindsay was our first federal judge, Black judge. We will be filming him. We will be honoring him. We will also be honoring our first Black county commissioner, John Wiley Price, yes, who was also one of the first. So we will be honoring all the Black history makers in this documentary. So we want to invite you all to be a part of what we're doing. On September the 14th, we will be having at Ederson, 1724 Cockrell Avenue. Our documentary filming, this will be the finale, not only of my birthday, but also my retirement. But we would have a red carpet interview of all of those who was the first in Dallas, Texas, to be history makers. And I want to thank you. I want to conclude and just thank my husband and all of the board members for being here with me. And my lifetime friend, Yvonne, Tricia, we are a tri-ethnic group of people working together. And I want to recognize also my esteemed world gospel singer and my sister, Tommy Young West, who's here with me today. And so we're all here, and I don't want to call all these names because I forget who's all standing behind me, but they're my supporters. And Mr. Fred that's been with me since I was age 20. He was with
Frank.
my family. He's a friend of my family, my church member since age 20. So, and Mark Hernandez, who is here also. And Mark, your agency, I forgot the name of that, your agency, he is the world chairperson for that. And thank you all for coming, and thank you all for giving us this fantastic
Well, let me
resolution.
follow up too by saying thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been in the Dallas area for about 45 years, but I have always heard your name and your group as being the real leaders in making sure that Dallas County had services for the least of those who could not ask for it themselves. So I just want to, with respect, and your group is quite impressive also because you've got that network that makes it work. And so thank you for being having the insights to look forward and saying, okay, what can we do? We have to stop talking about a lot of things, but we have to do, because as you say, where do the people go overnight? What are we going to do about this?
Yes.
How do we address the real live issues that we see, all of us see, on the streets and under the overpasses? So thank you for all that you have done, all the leadership you have shown, all the inspiration to a lot of people that you have shown also. As you can tell, it's with great appreciation that I say thank you to all of you, and in particular, Ms. Verna, for what you've done to say, no, we are gonna do it.
Yes.
And you did it. We did it.
Amen.
And you know,
Appreciate it.
Ms. Daniels, I want to say you all have a copy of, well, that's not really my speech.
Yeah, here.
On side of there is so many names. I want to thank those attorneys, those county attorneys and judges that's on that board that helps me with my legal clinics, also with helping people. Just about every other one of my clinics to share with the community. Oh, this is the speaker. Oh, that's the speaker. So, with that, are you all gonna allow my board members, some of them to speak if they want to?
If someone wants to speak, yes.
Now's the
I see
time.
some of my friends for many, many years. So historians and people that, publish books, good to see you. So go ahead.
All right, Travis Wortham again.
Yes.
Y'all see I'm wide and broad in the community, so I'm associated with so many groups. What you see here is a lady who is described in Proverbs 31 in Scripture. Talks about who loves God, who loves her husband and her children, who loves the community and reaches out to the last, the lost, the least, and the locked out. And she has done all of that. And I want to add this real quickly. Now, I know one of my friends back here just got a proclamation from the president, but I have 2 proclamations from the governor that will be served to her on that special day on the 14th. So we hope that all of y'all can come out.
Thank you. So it's September 14, Edison's in, the Cedars. Thank you for 50 years, Ms. Melton, of service. We appreciate you.
It's an honor to be here, especially to back up this amazing woman, Thomas-Melton. I got to know her about maybe 12 years ago, and she reaches out into the community. She looks for what she calls, living legends. But actually, she's the most incredible living legend. And I always look at her and I think, wow, here she is looking out for people that do, I would say, much less than her. And she's faced so many health issues, and yet she just keeps going and going and going. I'm almost doubtful she's really retiring. I don't think she can stop. And it's just a wonderful day to see her honored by the County Commissioner's Court. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Appreciate it.
And we also have Carl Berry from the CCRC. Would you want to come? He's actually the one who got the presidential award back in March.
Wow.
For us. So we wanted to make sure that he held on to that until September. Mr. Berry, please have us.
I just want to say I'm honored to be here, especially honored to know and work with Verna. Our organization is built around H.E.L.P, and I'm glad that she's able to pass that baton to us as we continue to go forward. And all I got to say is the day I met her, it was royalty. It was a room full of people. She walked in the door, the halo shone, the crowd parted, and I got to meet Verna Melton. And thank you, Verna, for being who you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's the way I remember it too.
And Mr. Art.
Amen. Good afternoon, good morning.
Good morning.
Again, we thank God for you, your commissioners and things like that, to take notice and give us this opportunity to express our gratefulness, how good God is, in reference to the work that sits ahead of us. It's so ironic on how you can go back and look at history and look at it into fold today, because the things that she was doing back there in the 70s is in reality as of right now. So basically, when people like yourself has a vision for their community, for their friends, for their neighbors, it's time basically to take a stand. And we have several gentlemen here, people here that has came in support of my wife. I thank God for them because, number one, I'm able to sleep late in the morning. I'm able to, but I have to cook. I have to clean up. So there, my 3 minutes is up. But basically, you guys, we've been married for 34 years, and I have seen you guys at work, and I am proud to be a Dallasite in reference to the stand before you today. May God bless you, and may God keep you. Is my prayer.
And we do nothing by ourselves. You're absolutely right.
Okay. Well. Okay. Okay.
You give me that purse?
No, that's my wife's purse.
A very nice purse, may I say.
I picked it this morning. What's up, Mr. Price? How you doing, Your Honor? My name is Dorian Mallory. Everyone knows me as Linda Henderson's husband. And I just want to thank you guys for honoring Miss Verna. You guys don't know, but, we're pretty lost. And we need people like Miss Verna. We need her homes. We need her advice. We need her mentorship. We need her strength. What welfare, WIC, and all that can't touch those individuals, she does. She get on the street with them. She helps them. And she helps mentors individuals like me. So, Ms. Verna's a superhero. And I want to thank you guys for acknowledging that. My wife is too, but Ms. Verna is too. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, see.
Anybody else want to say? Because I want to say, ELBA, this is Murdine Berry. If you in your paperwork, there are some of the ones that's deceased. She was my mentor when I was much younger, and this is her children today, and I'm so thankful that they look at me like a mom or auntie or something, and I'm thankful. But she's also the owner of the Henderson's Chicken franchise.
And I'm just glad to be here today and give Ms. Verna the honor that she deserves. And we just thank her, and we keep praising her, and just thankful for everything she's done. And also speaking of my mom and the things that she did along with you to make all of this happen. But Ms. Verna, you're just amazing. Thank you so much for all your
Thank
service.
you so much.
We love you.
And congratulations, Ms. Verna. Thank you for a lifetime of work on behalf of people, of human beings, and for bringing us all together. Because that's what I saw every single time that I went to the life recognitions. It was a community working together from every single background, just seeing how we can make this world and this county a better place to live for all. Muchísimas gracias. Congratulations for 15 years.
Oh, okay.
Well, you grace us with a picture.
Okay. Who got my first? Where you? My first. By your chair.
No, I'm coming.
Should be. He's probably done, will be.
If we can get you to thank you, so I will see
Hey, Judge. See ya. Good to see you.
Thank you for bringing her all the way over there. Thank you, thank you. So much. I look forward to that. Reverend, thank you so much for coming over. That's good. Hey, my you're everywhere, huh? Let's go get a little closer together.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you. Good to see you. Hey, I like that coat.
Are we okay there, Miss Coco? Do we
I
all
think
fit
so.
the picture?
Maybe we could use a few more people this way. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I missed one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
coming out.
So good. Good to see you too.
Hey, how are you?
Are we done? You got my phone?
Reverend, so good to see you. Oops, I'll just touch him down.
Glad you're here.
You're one of the first two commissioners. I know, and I got here when you were, you know.
It's a small budget. You got that.
Because you.
And thank you to all the tremendous people that make Dallas County all that it can be. We have a couple of responsibilities, and the next two resolutions address two parts of that. The first one that I will be presenting is National Suicide Awareness Month. And whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes September as National Suicide Awareness Month, this month serves as an essential reminder to shed light on the urgent issue of suicide and to promote awareness of the myriad resources available for individuals seeking support. Suicide represents a tragic reality affecting individuals, families, and communities across the nation, transcending all demographics. And whereas suicide remains a grave concern that affects countless individuals and communities, alarmingly, men disproportionately bear the burden of this crisis, accounting for 79% of suicide deaths and being 4 times more likely to die by suicide compared to women. This situation is particularly distressing as suicide has become the second leading cause of death for individuals aged 10 to 24, ranking as the 11th leading cause of death overall in the United States. Furthermore, suicide rates among marginalized groups are significantly higher, underscoring the diverse challenges different populations face. And whereas nearly 50,000 people tragically lost their lives to suicide in the United States in 2022, translating to an average of 1 death every 11 minutes. The mental health crisis is further highlighted by the fact that approximately 13.2 million adults seriously contemplated suicide, and about 1.6 million made attempts. Despite a temporary decline in suicide rates from 2018 to 2020, alarming trends showed a steep increase back to peak levels by 2022, particularly among the elderly, specifically those aged 85 and older. And whereas in Texas alone, over 4,000 fatalities were reported in 2021, suicide is the second leading cause of death for individuals aged 10 to 34, and the state continues to grapple with inadequate mental health infrastructure, as 69% of communities report being unable to meet the mental health needs of their residents in 2023. The report on suicide and suicide prevention in Texas 2022 update indicates that Texas has witnessed a staggering 36.7% rise in the suicide death rate since 2000, with the age group of 25 through 29 experiencing the most significant increase at 69%. And whereas data from the 2021 Youth Risk Behavior Survey revealed that 10% of high school students in Texas reported attempted suicide, notably rates among female students were higher than their male counterparts. Furthermore, vulnerable populations, including youth in foster care, face a rate that is over 3 times that of their peers. These statistics highlight the urgent necessity for educational programs and mental health services specifically designed for young people. And whereas one such service available to all is the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, it stands as a critical resource, providing 24/7 support for individuals facing mental health or substance use crises. This helpline enables individuals to connect with trained crisis counselors through calls, texts, and chats, offering immediate assistance and support. And whereas as we observe National Suicide Awareness Month, we must emphasize the importance of mental health support and the urgent need for accessible resources. By fostering awareness, encouraging open dialogue, and promoting the availability of support services, we can help prevent suicide and save lives within our communities. It is vital to underscore that help is always available, and that even in the darkest time, hope will prevail. Together, we can work to create a culture that prioritizes mental health and wellness, ensuring that no one faces their struggles alone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court proudly designates September as National Suicide Awareness Month. We urge government officials at all levels, public health workers, community leaders, residents, and stakeholders to unite in the shared commitment of suicide prevention for those who are suffering in silence. The Dallas County community is invited to join the Greater Dallas Suicide Prevention Coalition and local leaders on September 10th, 2024, from 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. for the annual Suicide Awareness and Prevention Program. This important event will take place in the ceremonial room on the 6th floor of the Dallas County Records Building. Together, let us raise awareness and take action to support those in need, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And here we have as people who are there continuously monitoring and providing that support. Please
North
introduce
Texas
yourself.
Behavioral Health Authority, Mr. Garcia. Thank you for being
Dr.
here with
Garcia.
Dr. Taylor.
Hello, my name is Anthony Garcia with the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority, TEC. Thank you, Commissioner Teresa Daniel. Thank you, Commissioner Summerman, Judge Clay Jenkins. Commissioner Price and Dr. Garcia, we thank you. On behalf of our CEO, Carol Lucky, Chief Strategist Officer, Dr. Taylor, and Joe Powell, we're here. We thank you for your awareness. We thank you for your voice. We thank you for your support, but most importantly, your leadership for bringing the voice. Thank you to our colleagues. Thank you to our providers. We could not do this work without all of you, without our staff. So we just thank you for this resolution. We thank you for this recognition. And we're going to continue doing the work. As Commissioner Price mentioned earlier, as Dr. Garcia mentioned, we're a phone call away. We are a matter of teamwork, so when you reach out to us, we make sure the work gets done. So we want to thank you for your recognition, and I'll pass it on over to Dr. Taylor.
I'm gonna pass it to Pat.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, again, Anthony covered it all. Really, thank you all. This is a very somber topic, but there is hope, there's help, and we just thank y'all for your leadership. This is happening to communities all over the country. Back in COVID, we came out of COVID, we saw that whereas, suicide had dipped down, it had really tipped up among ethnic minorities. At one time, many in the Black and brown communities thought that we were immune to suicide. We are not. Suicide plagues us all. And so we want to continue to champion that there is hope, there's help, and again, as Anthony said, thank you for your leadership. It's stellar. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Joe.
Commissioner, you want to say the date again for the event?
The
September
event-
10 at Recordville, and where, at what time?
Yeah, and while we're coming up for a picture, I want to say I've used 988 several times since it's come about. Hey. Thank you. Take a picture and then tell you about 988.
It's always great to see you. And by the way, the presentation you did tonight, that was great.
Hey.
Thank you.
We're not done yet.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to recommend 988. It's broader than just a person who is in the throes of suicidal ideations. I think I've told a story that when I was 56 years old, I'd never dealt with anyone who professed that they wanted to commit suicide. And then since COVID, I've talked to a lot of folks who either somebody's put me in touch with them or they've contacted me. Since that 988 has come out, one thing that you can do with that I was successful with doing once, which is probably an achievement for an old man, but I had somebody on the phone and I was able to three-way in 988, and that helped them. Sadly, the last time I used it was nothing that could be helped with the person who killed themselves. The person had already killed themselves, but the family had reached out about what services were available. 988 was able to help them as well, putting them in touch with a NITBA group and several other resources to get the family, the parents and the family of the deceased, the help, and the children of the deceased, the help that they needed. So I really recommend 988. If anyone says to you, the world would be better off without them, they're thinking about killing themselves, anything like that, and you want help right then and you're not sure what to do, call 988. And of course, if you are in the throes of those thoughts, please call 988. It really is a lifeline and life-saving. It's the 911 of mental health. It doesn't have to be suicide, by the way. If you have some other mental health crisis, you can call 988 and they will help you.
Thank you for saying that, Judge.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Oh, I've got a second one, don't I? Okay. County government is public health, public safety, a part of public health, whereas National Childhood Obesity Awareness Month serves to raise awareness about childhood obesity and provide children and their families resources and tips that will lead them into living a healthier lifestyle. President Barack Obama issued a proclamation celebrating the day in 2010 and expanded it to a month-long celebration in 2011. And whereas the Center for Disease Control reports that obesity is a public health crisis. Obesity in children is defined as having a body mass index at or above the 95th percentile for age and sex. In the United States, 1 in 5 children have obesity. And from 2017 to 2020, 14.7 million youth ages 2 through 19 were diagnosed with the disease. Obesity affects some groups more than others, with the prevalence being highest in Hispanic children at a rate of 26.2%, followed by non-Hispanic Black children at 24.8%, and non-Hispanic white children at a rate of 16.6%. Factors such as genetics, eating patterns, sleep routine, and physical activity level all contribute to the complexities of this disease. And whereas Texas has the 10th highest obesity rate for youth ages 10 through 17 with a 20.7 prevalence rate, the disease has become increasingly worse from 2020 through 2024 through 2020 and has also significantly impacted medical costs. According to the Michael and Susan Dell Center for Healthy Living, a child with obesity incurs $12,900 more medical costs than a child with normal weight. And whereas Dallas County is committed to raising awareness and providing education and programming to combat this prevalent disease, the Dallas County Health and Human Services Obesity Prevention Program serves to provide a variety of classes and programs to tackle this crisis. Food and nutrition classes, physical activity classes, and urban agriculture programs are opportunities for the Dallas County Health and Human Services Chronic Disease Prevention Department offers its residents to help mitigate this crisis. Now therefore be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize the month of September as National Childhood Obesity Awareness Month and affirms that Dallas County and its partners remain committed to bringing awareness and advocacy about this significant health risk and its treatments to our residents, and I so move.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And it looks like we are all in agreement, so thank you for your attention. The point of it being, go out and let's talk about it. I see Dr. Wong here, and I know that he is very much in the middle as being the director of Dallas County Health and Human Services in watching for what kind of prevention Dallas County can be involved in. So thank you for being here to attest to that.
And thank you, Commissioner Daniels, for bringing that resolution to the table. Something that, thank you to Dallas County Health and Human Services and all our partners for continuing those lessons, those classes, especially in the young groups that are in Dallas County. So I appreciate it, Dr. Huang, and all your efforts. Thank you.
Do you want to talk about the youth? I was shocked by the numbers when I reread them. It's
But we bring up these issues, and how are we measuring it? How do we know what the impact is? It's the same way, and I just got through dealing with some of my ISD schools. How do we measure? We do these proclamations, we talk about it, we talk about percentages. Where's the measurement? Where?
Yeah, I do, Commissioner Daniel, thank you so much for this resolution. And, childhood obesity is something that over the last, 10, 15 years, we've seen just more dramatic increases. I remember when type 2 diabetes among children was, hardly ever seen, and then it has just increased dramatically. And so some of the things that we're trying to do to measure this, to monitor, working with collecting some of these information sources with various partners. There is the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. There's other tools. I know with Dallas Independent School District, they do some monitoring of these sort of metrics. I know the Cooper Institute has been active in some of that, especially with the kids and some of those metrics. So those are the tools that we're trying to build. So exactly as you said, we get more actual numbers regarding where these where these are going, and that's where some of the statistics come from. Those sort of whether it's Youth Risk Behavior Survey or other things that some of the school districts are participating in.
So then I would assume then that community education, targeting, probably schools, because that's where you find so many kids, is that then where Dallas County would be putting its emphasis?
Yeah, schools are definitely a point of contact, but changing the whole environment. We try to make healthy food access available, all of those physical activity opportunities, and some of it is just the built environment. We talk about making the healthy choice the easy choice. Some of the things that we've talked about at the South Dallas new clinic that we're trying to get with sexual health, and also have a kitchen available so we can do demonstration kitchen and teach some of the community members better methods of preparing foods more.
Yeah, I know. We've been talking about it forever. My powder is launching. And I basically said that to the superintendent in a memo. I keep hearing we have all of this going on, and supposedly in these schools, and I just want to know, in our department, where is the section that basically targets, if that's an issue, where is it in Health and Human Services that we target those schools? Whether it's
I can talk to that, because Road and Bridge 1, we have a very aggressive gardening for education, but also for the production of healthy food and the education of getting it out. And so our master gardeners and our Texas A&M AgriLife have really expanded the programming into a lot of other parts of Dallas County, so that emphasis on good nutrition, therefore good overall health, and addressing, filling up our bodies with good food instead of.
And that is great, Commissioner, but I mean, I think what Commissioner Price is asking is, does it goes to those zip codes
Absolutely.
that really need it in District 3 and
Exactly. I've got
that,
all of that in my. We don't do the gardening, but we've got the AgriLife there. My part is, I need your department to basically says there is a section in Health and Human Services that charges up an accountability, whether it's DISD DeSoto, DISD Dallas, Irving. We need to measure. See, we do all of this, and it's almost we're doing this. We got to measure, and I'm gonna talk about this more in some other things we do around here. We don't. What's the metric? Year over year, how do we measure in your section, in your department? With all the funding that comes through, where is a section that deals with that?
And it's actually, as you recall, before I came here, there was no.
Don't talk about before you came. I don't want to hear about every time.
What are we doing today?
Stop. I want to talk about, you're here. You've been here for a minute. Go forward.
Right, and the section now that deals with it is the chronic disease section, which is a new program, and it's been growing tremendously. We've been getting additional funds, additional resources from nothing. And I mean, we were together out at that Joppa's farm in the community for some of the new opportunities for that. And so exactly what they're doing, they're working on the chronic disease risk factors, which are physical activity, nutrition, and tobacco use, trying to address those things and the metrics. So there is, we've worked on a logic model. There are some of trying to get the metrics for some of those actual behaviors, and as I mentioned, some of the Youth Risk Behavior Survey and other surveys like that are that level. But then we're really trying to address the outcomes, and so that's what we're building, and some of the investment in the data sources to get more hospital data, some of the other, now we're working on getting some of the electronic health record data. So we'll get even beyond just hospitalizations, data from people visiting hospitals that aren't requiring hospitalization. So all of this is what we're trying to get that picture. And we've prioritized that in our CHNNA, in our OKRs, and in our strategic plan. Chronic diseases are one of the top priorities because it is, again, we focus a lot on communicable diseases, but chronic diseases are actually the biggest killers and the biggest cost to our community.
And the metrics, and I've dealt with this with Parkland, and I'm going to deal with them. In fact, we're going to have a special meeting tomorrow to talk about this. The problem we do around here is that we create these institutions and we talk about what we're doing, but we're not able to measure it in a way that year over year, and talk about CHNA. I said something to them the other day. They said, well, we want to talk about it in a blend with the budget. No, this court is historic. We have historically said, come back, tell us where you were last year, tell us where you are this year, what are you doing, how many community health workers, and I know we've been talking about Camp Wisdom forever. I did get the call the other day from Mr. Shevermeyer, put the call in, but at some point in time, that's been a couple of year cycle. It's just,
No, we share that same interest, and that's why, again, we appreciate your investment in some of these data systems to be able to measure that, because that's what we need to be able to see if we're making progress, see if the interventions are making an impact, and also see which communities have the greater need. And that's how we can target efforts, and exactly, but that's where we're building that, and we appreciate your support for some of those abilities to
one
make
of
those
the
measures.
areas that you did spearhead, Dr. Huang, was in putting ARPA funds into the data collection and data management for us to do a better job of, first of all, understanding what the situation is, and second of all, where the situation is, so that we can really target the other resources that we have. So thank you for that emphasis on the data collection.
and I appreciate the data collection, but we are overflowing with data. I've said since I've been on this court, for the last 3 decades, we've got the same 5 CDC zip codes that talk about the health imperative of a community. They have basically not changed. We've added a couple, but they basically have not changed. And unfortunately, I know we talked about community health workers going in that area. We've talked about a number of imperative, but impact, because again, I still keep talking to you. I mean, we just got through charging you about online with the data with, as you said, disease control, STDs, STIs in our community. And
I think, what COVID showed is some of these data systems, they were there for the hospitals and some medical, but they were not there for public health. And that's what we appreciate these investments, and that's what's being recognized statewide, nationally. But I will say that your investments, as we've seen, are getting national recognition, and I can, we're very much.
I've seen that.
We are at the forefront of being able to look at these. But, some of the chronic disease in particular, the outcomes, and we want those metrics, and that's why we're measuring it over time. But they're not immediate. You change some of those chronic disease outcomes, it takes, several years to see some impact. But historically, some of the things we've seen, like tobacco use, that's one where we've had metrics that we've been able to monitor and have seen dramatic reductions in that. That's why we've been very concerned about, for instance, vaping use. And so the indicators on that, when they've gone up, that to set us back regarding the progress we've made on reducing youth tobacco use. That's examples of the metrics, and that's a closer short-term metric that we've been able to see and make those outcomes. And we've seen impacts over the longer term on lung cancer rates and heart disease and things, but some of these take time. And obesity, physical activity, nutrition are harder to measure, harder to actually say this had that impact, but that's exactly what we're trying to do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Dr. Huang.
I think I might be up next.
Okay, he's
next,
up next. Let's go.
All right. So I'll give you updates on some of COVID, flu, and some of the other topics I think that we got on the agenda. You know, we have had, in terms of data, the COVID reporting, because it's no longer reportable, because people are also getting home tests, things like that don't get reported. So, you know, we're trying to look at these metrics with the tools that we have. This is still, we're collecting the lab reports that we do get, the electronic case reports from the hospitals, and so these are what the numbers look like. You can still see some of the trends, but we recognize that it's missing some of the data. But again, it shows some of what the general direction is. We saw some of the summer sort of wave of COVID. Some of the indicators are showing it's starting to go down. I'll show you that in a second. But we definitely saw an increase, but it wasn't as high, certainly as we've seen in some of the worst parts of the COVID. Here's some of the variants that we're monitoring, again, because those variants can be a big factor in terms of whether COVID flares up, and that's why I think some of the increases we've seen have been also because of some of the variants that we've seen circulating, and so I think the KP311
But doctor, I'm going to go to this NPR piece I'm getting. Now, my staff had pulled it. 1 million new COVID cases. I mean, it doesn't seem as though it is subsiding.
No, it's not subsiding. I mean, it's definitely COVID is not like gone, and that's why we need to continue to be vigilant.
I get
it.
that,
Yeah.
but 1 million new cases, you know.
Is that in the United States?
No, this is in this China. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and probably anecdotally,
day,
all of you know people who've now recently tested positive.
Yeah.
I mean, with the summer months, we saw a lot of people, a lot of transmission, whether travel or whatever, close quarters, airplanes, things like that. So definitely, it's a lot out there. Fortunately, not as severe, but still seeing some of the, monitoring the hospital numbers.
So when will we get the new vaccine?
So the new vaccine, it's out in the commercial pharmacies
yeah, I
now.
know. I know.
We're looking at, we're getting it from the state. They're saying, we've got the orders in. We're waiting on the child for the vaccine for children program. They're saying the adult safety net program we won't get till October or October 1st. So we're monitoring that every day to try to get it as soon as we possible. So we've sort of put a delay. I have a chart on some of the COVID, community pop-ups. We had to slow that down.
We had to suspend them.
Yeah,
because
we suspended them because
I'm clear about it. I'm asking.
Yeah, so we actually have also ordered some of the private stock.
Okay, that's where I want you to go. We have ordered some of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
When will
we've ordered private stock. We've got the order in for VFC, and then we'll be able to order the adult safety net October 1st is what they're telling us. And so as soon as we get it, we want to get it out there.
And Dr.
It's going to take till another month and a half.
Yeah.
We're in September, so more or less, okay.
I mean, so there is people with private insurance or with insurance or other things can go to the pharmacies now.
But here we go again. I mean, Judge, I'm going to yield to you. Here we go again. Like you said, you can get it in the commercial arena. Why are we not able to get it? If we're buying it, if we're purchasing it?
That's because of the distribution and, when it got commercialized. So the commercial sector, the private sector is getting, I guess, priority for those initial doses. We are trying to get it through the federal, system.
And
state.
public health is about poor people, so hell, see, here we go again. The private sector can get it. They can get access. But, even with us purchasing, we can't get it. Is that what you're telling me?
We've got our order in, and
that's not my point. It's already in the commercial.
They did distribute it through the large pharmacy.
Exactly. So why?
But we're buying it. I mean, how do we have a different rate, and it's not matching their?
Yeah, I can't speak to the distribution, but initially for the first COVID vaccine, the plan they were talking about using pharmacies as the big distribution, and at the last minute they said, no, we're going to do the big mass vaccination clinics, and that's when we had to stand up.
That's when we stood it up, when they thought the variant was, when they thought, it was, I call it yellow fever, when they thought it was just spreading, hey, okay, now we're saying we're trying, we've gotten people into the cycle of some preventive kind of mentality, and we said, well, but we got to wait.
No, it's frustrating for us also. I mean, we've got our orders in and trying to get it. as soon as we can. It's just not available yet to us. It went first to the pharmacies.
Are there any other pressure points that we should be aware of that we could push on?
You know, I mean, I think we're concerned that when it went the commercialization, then that's been concern about the uninsured, because those with some insurance, and we've got the VFC and the adult safety net, which hopefully will cover that. But that's been a concern, that sort of gap.
But if we put the request in, we've got the funds to pay for it when it comes here. I'm not sure. Okay, so where's the problem?
I think it's still to be seen exactly how much of the is available for the uninsured, but we'll see.
But we're paying for it.
In other
It doesn't
words,
make
well,
any
that's-
difference whether they're
In
uninsured.
other words, poor people
I mean,
be damned.
yeah, part of that, remember, for the last COVID doses, we had to get also private stock because you had to do insurance, and we couldn't use the state vaccine for insured people, so we got the private stock so we could also do the insured and get everyone, so people. So that's sort of the piecemeal approach we're trying to, make sure that we can offer it to everyone who comes by.
So, and we understand we can't fix the distribution from the feds and the private insurers, but we've done everything we can to get the vaccine. I wonder if you could just tell us, I've read a few articles, but it may not be clear to people, who needs to get the vaccine as soon as possible, and who should wait until late September, early to mid-October to get the vaccine?
Okay. And I'll show you.
So you got it on the slides, okay?
Yeah,
So
I saw
I
that,
did want to
Judge.
show some metrics, just because, again, with the home testing, with, lack of reporting as much from the systems and things. So that's why we're trying to build these data systems to be able to triangulate, to look at what things are showing. Wastewater is another one that we've been, showing you through the COVID pandemic, because it's not dependent on people getting home tests or other things. So we have 5 sites in Dallas County that are collecting wastewater data, a lot of it also in partnership with City of Dallas and Garland and Sunnyvale. So this is sort of the trend. You can see national, how they still say nationally COVID is high. For us, and I just showed Dallas Central wastewater site, that you can see the pattern, but it's gone down from a peak at the end of July, but it's still there. So just how we're trying to look at what data sources we have for all of these to look at metrics. And then so in terms of the recommendations, everyone 6 months and older should get the new vaccine. Let's see, so especially people who are at highest risk, again, as we talked about some of the availability, if you're 65 and older or high risk for severe COVID, never received a COVID vaccine. Now, there are, so it's a little tricky in terms of everyone should just get now the new shot one time. If you had COVID like recently, then you should probably wait 3 months to get the shot, because there's some protection from natural infection. If you're under 5, then remember when the initial doses came out, you had to get 2 doses of Moderna, 3 doses of Pfizer. That's still the case if you're between 6 months and 5. But everyone else, and if you got one of the old doses, wait 2 months before you get the new one. But bottom line, there's now one new sort of COVID vaccine, the 2024, 2025. Pretty much most people just need one shot, no matter how many they had before or whatever. And if you're at particularly high risk, then it's really important to get it. Now, in terms of some of the concerns, okay, sort of like how flu season, sometimes they say, well, we want that protection to go further into the flu season. You might wait a little bit till, because so that the protection lasts a little longer into that period. But a lot of times also for convenience, if you're there and you can get it, we recommend get the shot. Don't wait, because then sometimes you forget about it and you don't get it. So pretty much, if you
had it, you need to wait at least 3 months.
If you had it within 2 months, like if you just got it, if you got the shot of the old one, then you need to wait.
Oh, he meant COVID. He meant the disease itself.
Now say that again? If you had
If
COVID,
you have
okay.
had COVID, you need to wait 3 months.
3 months. And if you had the old shot, you need to wait at least 2 months.
And I think I've also read that if you're over 75, or if you have, a list of serious illnesses, you should get it right away. And for those who want it to last through Christmas, you should wait until mid to late September, right?
But if you can get it and you're not in those groups to wait, then yeah, we recommend get it.
Well, and I know I don't expect you to be able to say this, but it's still poor people be damned. And, we'll get around to you.
But if we can buy it, that's,
We are buying it. That's what it sounds like. I hear you. We are buying. But it's still, as he said, public health is basically about poor people. And hey, they bringing up the rear end. Anyway, he didn't say it. I did.
Okay. So there is still vaccines.gov. You can see some of the places that it's available. This one, we have suspended some of the COVID vaccination clinics, but we still have some childhood back-to-school vaccine clinics. Flu, we did just get the new flu shot, so we'll have that available. And
like
then
October's going to be a busy month.
What's that?
Looks like October's going to be a busy month from your calendar.
Yeah.
Well, it's a busy month because we've had to
outreach
cancel.
team is really always just out there and in the community and doing a lot.
We've had to cancel a ton of clinics that were scheduled for us to service, and primarily because of the vaccine.
Because we couldn't get it?
I did want to mention West Nile virus, and we added that to the agenda. We've been seeing a lot of the positive pools that have tested positive for West Nile virus, and still very important to do everything you can to avoid mosquito bites. We've been monitoring that vector index, which we didn't want it to go over 0.5, and it stayed under that. That was where historically gets you thinking more about needing for even greater, like perhaps aerial spraying, things like that. So we've stayed underneath that. Hopefully the numbers are coming back down, and historically we're getting out of that.
They are, and thank you for
season.
that immediacy in terms of DeSoto once we made that discovery.
Yeah, but still do everything you can to prevent mosquito bites. And then Mpox, you've seen in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there's a big outbreak there, and the type, the clade of Mpox, the clade 1 is the type that causes more severe illness and death even, and that's what's circulating there. So on August 14th, the WHO declared the Mpox outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. So we're all watching for that. Hopefully that clade 1 does not get over here. Our Mpox numbers are still down, but again, we're monitoring that. We're trying to also get everyone the vaccine. So we are working on that. Specific efforts, we're launching our Salesforce Marketing Cloud to target those people who got the first doses of vaccine, to send out specific reminders and things to come in for the second dose if they haven't received that.
Can you get all the shots at the same time?
Pardon?
Can you get your M shot and your COVID shot all at the same time?
Yeah, you should be able to. So that's another, Mpox, wanted to make sure to mention that. And here's the numbers of cases. And, we've had 991, 5 deaths, and the distribution of that. But still, thinking back to where we were at the beginning of that, it was not certain what trajectory that outbreak was going to go, and it really is a public health success that it was contained. So we shouldn't forget that or
So keep
ignore
vigilant,
that.
huh?
Pardon?
Keep monitoring, keep vigilant.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you for, like I said, changing your website that makes it easier to navigate so that the public can use it. That was our we weren't being critical just to be critical. We were basically saying it needed compression, it needed a whole different kind of application, and it needed a synthesizing so that it became just easier for.
Yeah, and that's what we're working with our whole data modernization to get more of these, public-facing dashboards so people can have more ready access to it. We have some of the mortality data. We got, some of the other data.
But what's clear is it's got to be on a level that the public, on average, can navigate. I mean, unfortunately, it's got to be on that 6th or 7th grade level. As you know, we took your deal and applied the AI to it, and it was way too complicated to navigate for the public.
All right.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Juan.
All right, you're up, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Chris Mice.
More things change, the more they remain the same. Can't make this up. The long list of monkey insults hurled at non-white victims seems never ending. Case in point, The Times, now world publication in the BBC, released our latest episode in this continuing saga of insult and racism. Charlotte Moore, a year 6 teacher at Trinity St. Mary's School in Chelmsford, Essex, was dismissed following accusations of making racist remarks and physical abuse toward students. The controversy centered around her use of the term, quote, chattering monkeys, unquote, to describe her diverse class, which led to significant backlash from parents and a subsequent investigation. Despite denying malicious intent, Moore was ultimately fired for gross misconduct. Charlotte Moore was dismissed after being accused of making racist remarks. A tribunal revealed the results. Her usage of the term chattering monkeys to calm her, quote, diverse class was the main source of controversy and cause for a great deal of anger among parents. Quickly after, there were complaints with several parents calling the comments very racist. A few students brought up the fact that Moore had called them a bunch of monkeys, raising doubts about her behavior in class. More allegations surfaced, including physical abuse of pupils by the very strict instructor. She was accused of shaking one student and grabbing the back of the neck of another in these accusations. Moore was also charged with jokingly threatening to shoot a pupil if they persisted in causing disruptions in class. Moore insisted otherwise, but in the end, the school opted to fire her due to her egregious misbehavior. Using the word monkey, particularly in a classroom with a diverse student body, was deemed unacceptable and may be interpreted as a racial slur. But Charlotte Moore was dismissed from her job. Apparently, the hue and cry from the parents and her class made her ineligible to work in a racially and culturally diverse environment. Had she been an employee at Parkland Hospital, she would only have received a public warning and would have been promoted. There is no diverse demography than Parkland Hospital. But apparently, racism is okay as long as you have an excuse. The judicial performance at Frank Crowley, and I saw the sheriff here earlier, seems to be, I want to say that I really appreciate all that they've done. We've worked through the weekend to make this, all of this work. Let me just tell you, the population as of midnight the detention early warning report, that there was 6,826 people, or 96% of the total jail capacity of 7,119. Increase is 292 people over last year. We still need, and I saw Miss Randolph coming in earlier, but we still need, and I want to thank her, I want to thank Ms. Richardson, those defense attorneys to take actions and file writs on behalf of the clients who've been in for custody for over 90 days, and there are a number of them, over 90 days with unfiled cases. Ms. Richardson and criminal justice took this on, and any comments, Ms. Richardson?
No, Commissioner, we continue to work on it and try to encourage all the attorneys over at Frank Rowley, not just public defenders, but private bar to do so as well. I think you'll see a significant decrease in the number of individuals in the jail if they really do what we're asking them to do, which is to follow the law, basically.
Exactly. But the public defender's office, and I want to give that to Mr. Blocker, they're on it. The problem is we got a number of the private bar, 90 days. That's 3 months, the number of individuals. And criminal justice identified those individuals, and you and criminal justice have been reaching out to them. I want the court to understand, and I know we have really nothing to say about it. The judges appoint these private bar, and as a result, people have been there for 3 months and have no dadgum writs filed. And it's primarily on the felony side. Now, on the misdemeanor side, the aggressiveness on the public defenders has been phenomenal. But it's the, it's the felony side. The jail population management team, they continue to manually research individuals to determine in these criminal cases if individual movements, if there's nothing, if they're not being moved. Stakeholder collaboration is just essential. And we appreciate the work that IT is doing to restore that at dual functionality. But we're still taking snapshots, and Ms. Randolph, we're still having to, y'all are still having to manually every day go through those, through that system. Is that correct? I just want the court, to really understand. We at 6,800. I appreciate the sheriff's name in terms of moving. We basically using the variance beds, as you know, back when other counties were having to export their custody, costing them anything from $20 million to $50 million. The Sheriff's Department has not had to do that. We got a variance about probably 6 or 7 months ago, 88 variants. We have now, with the aid of purchasing, we've purchased all of those boats, which we can only use, which are nothing but cots and beds. But we're using them in the North Tower, but the beds are full. I just said we're 200, almost 300 over where we were this time last year. And so, again, I want to thank them for continuing to try to do that, but also in trying to get those individuals out. And thank you for identifying those individuals. But at some point in time, I want to bring a published report as to who those lawyers are that have been appointed on these cases. And somebody's been there 90 days and they haven't filed a writ. That's unacceptable.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for highlighting that issue. The Criminal Justice Department's jail population management team is reaching out to each individual attorney to ask them if their client is eligible for a writ and if possible for them to file that writ to address that concern that you just raised. I do want to say that In addition to reaching out to the attorneys, we're also reaching out to make sure that clients have upcoming court settings to ensure that the case continues to move. We are also reaching out to make sure that if someone has a hold, that all parties are aware of that hold and nothing is preventing that person from moving to the next step or the next facility. And I do also want to highlight that this work of about 18,000 individuals, these are unique individuals that have been touched since January or through July to help do exactly the work that you're talking about. That work is being done by 2 coordinators right now. They are working day in and day out to try to see if there is anything possible that can be done to ensure that a person moves to the next step in the process and there is nothing impeding their ability to resolve their case or move out of our facility. Again, I did report at our last commissioner's court that this court, along with county admin and budget department, agreed to give us 2 temporary employees to help towards that effort. We have worked with the temp agency to identify those individuals, and the temp agency is now going through and doing their clearances so that they can start with this as soon as possible. The more hands we have on it, the more that we're able to research, send those emails to those attorneys to request different things, including court settings. And again, we're just really appreciative, but I just want this court to know that the Criminal Justice Department, along with all of our criminal justice stakeholders, including the Public Defender's Office, the DA's office, probation, we're all in it together and we're working collaboratively. And I cannot also not mention the Sheriff's Department. They have also been instrumental in making sure that we identify and do what we can to move as many people along. The jail population, as you mentioned, is 96%. We are almost there. And so all of this work, even though it may seem repetitive, it is not for naught. It is towards an end. And again, I really just appreciate all of your care and concern and consideration from this court as we do what we do.
Well, and I want to thank because we showed up on both some Friday nights and Saturday, 2 or 3 days in a row, and you guys were at capacity. I don't think the public still understands 96% capacity given classification, given females. I don't think they understand what that means, because when we hit a certain level, the doors close, and then we began to look for housing, custody elsewhere. I sent y'all some of those numbers, Mr. Martin, I know you saw them across this state. 41% of jails are challenged. They're sending their people elsewhere. And it's a management, it's a real management issue. I mean, we don't set up classification. The Texas Commission on Jail Standards does. And they said you can take and merge maximum with mediums. You can't make maximum with minimums. And females can't be in sight and sound. And so I keep saying all that. I don't think we still understand that whole urgency of what's going on. And once they close the doors, I mean, that's what we are.
And hopefully, and thank you, Ms. Randall, for all the work. Every single time I hear, I need help because we're doing work manually. I need 2 additionals. Thank you for the part-timers that you are going to bring to us. Breaks my heart that we didn't have that vision to do a better job with the worst IT transition that we had in probably the state of Texas. And how long will it take before, we actually get to the point where we were before? Do you know, has the IT, I know we've been briefed as a commissioner court, but Mr. Lewis, how many months before Ms. Randolph can have, her staff not doing anything manually?
Commissioner, this is on IT. And the Odyssey team, they meet regularly with the Criminal Justice
I know they do,
Department.
but I mean, Ms. Randall has been here 5
Status
times.
there.
Commissioners,
Exactly.
we're deviating from the topic.
Well, no, the topic is.
Topic is they need help,
the
and
top-
we're
the
putting
top-
money
the top-
for
the-
her to get help. Mr. Reed, can you continue, please?
Yes, so I just received an update.
And
for the-
preferences, this is about jail population.
Population. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
And the jail population report utilized by the Criminal Justice Department, the update I just received is that 44% of the requirements for the doers report have been documented. They're still working through that with the Criminal Justice Department to make sure that we get all of the requirements of that report documented and into it so that we don't give them a incomplete report when it rolls out. They meet monthly? Oh, they meet weekly with criminal justice. They have, I believe, they have a Tyler representative on those calls many of the times to make sure that everybody is on the same page. It is, as you know, it takes some time to get it put together, and they're diligently working on that.
Well, it's
Is there
taking.
anything else we could be doing because we're putting in additional staff?
So as y'all know, there were many fixes that had to be done to Odyssey. One of which was the in-jail report that the judges use. We prioritized that over the doers report because it's the same resources working on both. It has been all hands on deck, as y'all know, since we cut over last May. And this is one of the final pieces to be done.
Well,
to
when
be
the
done
truth,
with
when the truth be
remediating.
told, this was left out. Let's just put it on the record. It was left out. And, okay?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to put, and then, so, and I want you to hear what Ms. Randolph said. Since January, 18,000 unique individuals. That means they've been over there combing through those records, person one by one, to deal with the 18,000 since January. I mean, it's extremely difficult to understand, and I appreciate the fact that I don't know how long it takes Mr. Williams to get whoever we're using to get that background check. But like you said, last court, and here we are still talking about, and I know what it takes to try to, get access to procedures in the jail. I get that. But we ought to be able to take someone who has already made that clearance and at least send them over to her till they get some clearance. Because this court knows, as well as administration knows, what happens if those individuals continue to serve.
We will have the jail closed. So if we, Ms. Randall, need to allocate additional personnel for the lack of vision in this IT transition that this court had, let us know.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to criminal justice, like I said, Sheriff's Department for trying to move people around, and for those judges that who understand the import of trying to get as many people out and manage them
That care and continue to do the best job they can.
and still with public safety. By the way, I'm seeing those parole numbers going up. And, and what I want the court to understand is, we talk about 90 days and that writ. Sometimes we've had technical violations staying there 60 days, 90 days.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Yeah. And so, nothing we can do. We gotta wait. Okay. That was jail pop. Okay. On the insurance, we've been in collaboration with Mr. Wilson, and I think he's got a plan going forward as to what we are going to deal with that insurance.
You are talking about the transition from...
Employee health insurance update.
Good.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Yes. We've met with him on several occasions. We've taken...
It's going to be a headache. It's going to be rough, but, well,
and
we're supposed to save millions of dollars, and sometimes I wonder if the headache is going to be worth it.
Well,
but with that being said, I was not on the boat when...
Number one, I don't know how many people on this dais are in the courtroom, except I know Mr. Martin, he brought it up in a meeting. How many, my staff, when I did a piece on the insurance. The resolve on Blue Cross Blue Shield and Baylor, Scott and White. As of September 1, supposedly, they were not going to accept. Now, is there something? Yeah, that was the case. So I know I did generate that up to Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson said he was circling back around, but for those of you who have Baylor, Scott and White.
For those of you, Blue Cross Blue Shield has consolidated a lot of their operations. So, yeah, expect some changes. And I did say it and I expressed my concerns, but I was only one vote. All right.
Well, thank you for that vote. But at the same time, is there an alternative that we are still going to be able to do?
And that's what we're, if I understand correctly, I don't see Mr. Wilson here, but as a member of the
Back there,
PBC.
I believe, but he did share that there's a 2-month extension in that Baylor
correct.
contract. So
He said there's a what?
2-month extension between Baylor and BCBS, Blue Cross Blue Shield. So they're hoping that they'll work it out within the next 2 months. I think.
Correct. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I did not see you.
So they've extended beyond the September 1st deadline of 2 months?
Yes, sir. It's October the 1st right now.
Okay, so it's October 1st now. And what's at issue as to whether or not they are going to accept? What's at issue?
Sure. So our carrier's position is that they're advocating on our behalf for lower rates, right, from the providers. This is the only opportunity when the contract is open for negotiation that the healthcare provider can then come back and go, hey, by the way, the cost of our services has increased over the last 5 years. So it's basically a chance to rework the terms and conditions of the agreement.
But they supposedly already knew that when they bid on the dadgum contract. Because I asked that question early on.
Right, so our situation is not, I mean, we're waiting on this agreement to be finalized between Baylor Scott and White and Blue Cross Blue Shield. We don't necessarily have a say in that negotiation other than.
No, I get it. But my problem is I don't know what percentage of our employees until, like I said, until I did a road and bridge district piece and then, I had 50% of my employees say, hey, I'm a Baylor Scott and White.
So anecdotally, I'll find out exactly what this, but anecdotally, I can tell you that I have a vested interest, right? Because that's my provider of record.
Okay.
And,
see that?
And believe me, I think I know just about everybody right now in Dallas County, all 4,000 of them that have contacted me about.
But the
this,
issue,
right?
Commissioner, is that the negotiation between Blue Cross Blue Shield and Baylor are private. So our contract states that, we will cover the employees of Dallas County. However, if the contract between Baylor and Blue Cross Blue Shield is different, Mr. Wilson, then it's when he will know how many of our employees will get affected by it, based on what they decide, which is a precarious situation to be. I agree with you.
Yeah, our employees though
We
are
don't know until they find out.
exactly they're in Dutch with this thing.
It's troubling for all of us. And
Well,
I would like to have a review of this to see where we are and what options we might have at this time.
yeah, because we're getting ready to go to open enrollment. And so, and as I said, these questions keep, and then again, to Mr. Wilson, credit and his group, we've met, people who listen to this court have sent in a myriad of questions. We've pushed them over. He's tried to respond to it. But as I said, we did all of that. And then I go out and have a meeting with my people.
Right.
And they say, oh, yeah, by the way.
We don't know where we are. Well, but for all our employees, Mr. Wilson, for peace of mind, while all these negotiations that we have no control over are going on, they can rest assured that they will be provided with the benefits that they deserve and they pay for.
regardless of whether this negotiation closes by the end of the year, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, they call it a transition of care, and we'll work through to make sure that our employees have health care.
Okay, and that's fine. And I want to but I also want to make sure, that commensurate with what historically has been what I call out of pocket, in that same vein.
the structure is exactly the same, and our agreement with Blue Cross and Blue Shield won't be affected by this Baylor Scott and White. So our fee schedule, for lack of an elegant term, remains the same under this agreement as it did with UHC.
Okay. Just, okay.
We'll
And-
know till the end of, we'll know till the end of the, until the end of the year for what you're saying, right, Mr. Wilson?
No, it sounds like both parties are very hopeful we'll have this done before October 1st.
Are you publishing the pharmacy in one plan? I mean, are you publishing any, well, what are you publishing at this time?
So I've completed the FAQ
Right.
based on, we solicited departments for feedback, and so we've got an FAQ. A lot of that is kind of basic insurance. The piece that I don't have right now is I know generally what percentage of pharmaceutical drugs will be covered, and it's very similar. The two you may hear, there's 600 drugs that aren't covered, and that's basically brand for
Generics?
No, it's what, I'm just having a brain.
Formulary?
The drug for if you're diabetic, insulin. Right, and so it's the brand name for insulin and attention deficit disorder drugs. Those are the two categories that if someone is taking that, they may have to go to a different brand, but it's not a wholesale substitution of generic drugs.
Okay.
But I
Well,
don't have
and
the formula.
both of those drugs, insulin has basically remained unchanged since I was 16 years old. Now, there are other drugs that have changed, but insulin has not changed, whether you get it from one brand or the other. And then these ADHD drugs.
Oh, stop, Judge. So what's the big deal?
That won't be a big, that's what I'm saying. That won't be a big deal.
Well, but that's not what I'm hearing.
Insulin is almost like buying milk at this point, right? You go to the store, you get one.
Well, okay, but so then what's the arm wrestling? I hear what you're saying. What's the arm wrestling?
So we don't have any remaining other than I want the formulary that the Blue Cross Blue Shield has, because that's how I can answer specific questions, and I haven't got that yet.
Okay. And the attention deficit,
And so the people that have that prescription will be notified by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield will reach out to these folks to get them situated.
Okay. And largely with those drugs, we're talking about which the methamphetamines on a legal basis, right? So we've got drugs like Ritalin and Adderall that have been around for 40 years, and it's which generic maker this one we use as opposed to which generic maker the other one used, right?
It could be generic, but it could also be brand, right? Because we've got some shifting in tier 2 and tier 3 drugs as well.
So we basically have 40 days to find solutions for some of these questions, right?
Well, not necessarily the questions about a specific drug that an employee or their family takes, that won't start until after January 1st, because we're not under contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield until January 1st.
So that does not match up with our fiscal year.
Correct.
Oh, no.
Correct.
No, that's,
Okay.
yeah, I just.
So we have a little bit more time.
Yes, we do.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, let's, early voting and election day judges for the November election. I see the.
They're in the agenda?
Honorable, yeah, I see Mr. Garcia here, Ida Garcia. Mr. Garcia, you want to come forward? I see the Honorable Cardell Coleman here from the Democratic Party. Appreciate you taking that 5 o'clock telephone call from me Sunday morning. I was bum rushed with those questions, and I just wanted to hear straight from you. What we did is we did an election deal, and the election department was on the ground. This is
Talking about.
well, we did some voter registration, check.
So we reviewed the list again to see if we could make better
Yeah,
selections.
the problem I got here with what's going on today, and I get Mr. Garcia can speak to it, and I wanna apologize to the Democratic Party, because I was jamming them up, and apparently whoever's in charge of SharePoints around here, the dadgum thing ain't working. Okay, so we had
What's not working?
the SharePoints. The party made a submission to push it over to the elections department, and apparently the SharePoint somehow, because the election department, my thing is how they evaluating the effectiveness, the accuracy of SharePoint in managing judge and alternate judge appointments, because certain things kick in, and the party, while we were challenging them, we went back in and found out that they in fact did push it over, and somewhere between SharePoints and that, it didn't make it. So, and I guess I didn't get Mr. This is what we did over the weekend. So I'm trying to find out, did we get that resolved, Mr. Garcia, please?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
To
Tell us.
rephrase the whole thing, yes.
Thank you.
The parties have to give us a list for me to bring to court so you can appoint the election judges.
Which
and
is the one we
alternates.
have in our court order today.
That is correct.
Okay.
Right? So by law, you have to appoint whoever the party places on that list, and that's how someone gets to be a judge.
but
This
just
court
to-
did that, and yes, sir.
Okay, but whatever problems we've had, the names on that list that we're voting on today are the names that Mr. Coleman and his team put on that list for the Democrats, and Mr. West, or Lieutenant Colonel West and his team put on there for the Republicans?
With 78 exceptions, yes.
78
That is
exceptions.
that is what the
It's
commissioner was saying.
huge.
So let me go back to, how do they give us that list for us to bring to you? What has been historically done is we have a website where they enter the data.
But
You have
SharePoint,
to figure out what in SharePoint happened, that they entered the data in a place where we didn't see it. And when we pulled the list and we put it in court, it didn't have the changes they were submitting last week.
because
So-
if this should have gone unnoticed, it could have delayed this appointment process during this sensitive period for the Commissioner's Court approval and the notifications that to be sent to the judges this week. My staff happened to be bird dog, because the Democratic Party quickly updated the entries in the field, visible to the election, aligned for timely revisions and the briefing for the court order this morning. But as you just said, Mayor and Mr. Garcia, 78 is still, lingering out there. So, I went back and forth last week. Does SharePoint belong to the county?
Yes.
Okay, well, the problem is that I have folks trying to access it, and then we get into this, we get into the same thing we got into with that old Oracle Fusion.
Was this a firewall issue though? Was this
No,
coming
no.
from?
Let me.
Yeah, explain.
This is user error.
Okay,
The instructions are enter the data in this column. Somehow they entered it in a different column. We didn't notice. They thought it was uploaded. When we pulled the data from the section of the site where it's supposed to be entered, it wasn't what they had.
So
When they told us
Okay,
this
but-
morning, basically, hey, go look at this part of the website, we said, okay, well, yeah, it is. You've
Told
entered
the
it on
party
that
had to
site, right? But
post. They had to do something
We
different.
have to remake this process, this SharePoint list, and have a cleaner handover of the list.
So
That's
we
what we gotta
can
do in the future.
keep talking about SharePoint, but we're gonna vote today on the appointment of some judges.
Court order 43.
Is that court order, does that represent the human beings that the Democratic and Republican Party want
The
to be
correct-
those
the correct
those
list.
folks?
I thought we were gonna have this
Judges.
conversation just for formality, now or when we get to that item.
No, you can talk about
We
it.
can talk about it now.
We're gonna have basically to decide whether you want me to read those changes into the record, so you vote on it as they intended to get the data to us, or.
Oh, okay.
if
So
you
it'd be
vote
an
as is
updated
and we come back
list.
with a
That's what I
supplemental in
asked
2
her.
weeks.
Could we
Okay.
do that?
Or
I wanna make
however you
sure.
wanna handle it, right?
Okay.
But
But it's an updated list is what you're saying.
we can produce it.
Well,
If-
and
And
you
is
know,
that
Mr.
okay?
Garcia, first of all, I'm glad someone caught the problems that we had.
Commissioner
But,
Price, the Chief of Staff. did.
okay, so they got caught. Right now, we have a court order on item 43 that is a list that still have some issues, right?
Correct.
So those 78 people that are missing, you are suggesting that you bring back a supplemental list with everything that is correct, because I will hate to vote on a list that is not exactly what Mr. Coleman, Ms. Flores, and the Republican Party wants, or that the voters, or remember, this is a public record. That list is a public record. If someone goes into our website and pulls that item and look at an incorrect list, I will have a very hard time.
Well,
with
that's the reason, and by the way,
So-
nobody did, my staff, Ms.
Well-
Fain, was bird dogging it, notified, talked to the party says, no, we
Well,
sent it
got
over.
it. But
So-
I mean, my point right now, we're discussing an agenda item that we're going to vote on. I would like to have, and I don't know, colleagues, that it's up to us, the correct list as the parties intended, rather than to pass something today that is half-baked and will create confusion in the future if someone calls and says, Clay, Judge, I'm supposed to be here and I'm not there.
Right. And
Well-
let me, is there any concern about us pushing this for 2 weeks? Is that timing any?
We have a special
that's
call
the issue.
meeting next
Yeah.
week. We can bring it back next week. I don't know if there's a timeline on.
Will that
Well,
help
he's got
you?
a note,
We need to get letters out to the point, no.
Yeah, before we push it though, I think what he is saying is it can be fixed by reading the names that the parties intended into the list.
And then send
passing
a
it
correct
today.
one.
and that's what I asked.
Like we amend things all the time.
Well, yeah, but in public notice, and that's what I was asking Ms. Nicholas this morning, because again, my staff worked on this and then worked on the weekend. I got another concern is whether or not this dadgum SharePoint, first of all, if it's been upgraded, hello, somebody, we'll talk about upgrading the system. Is it reliable? I mean, while this thing seems to be internal, because we were able to go back around and figure out the party had done what the Democratic Party had done what the party was supposed to do, but we couldn't see it on the election side. Now, is the system reliable? SharePoint. Number two, early on, we talked about, have we upgraded SharePoints? Have we done the upgrade on SharePoint? Because the last time I thought we were on a 4 or something.
So, again, this has nothing to do with SharePoint. This could have happened with an email, this could have happened with a spreadsheet. This was a user error. Enter the data here.
When you say
It was
user
entered
error on whose part?
I guess we can share here, right? We probably could have noticed it was in the wrong column in SharePoint. They could have entered it in the column where we asked them to enter it. So it's a process we have to clean up a little bit.
And I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Hyder. But suppose we had not been, suppose Ms. Fain hadn't been bird dogging this. And again, suppose we hadn't called over to the party, happened to be the Democratic Party, and jammed them up. And they said, hey, we did it. And then we get into this cut and paste mode. And so I've got issues with whether or not SharePoint is reliable unless you're telling me it's user error.
Is this the
Yes,
right
it is,
list?
sir. We wanted this data
Let me
a
see
few
if I
days
can see.
earlier, and the data took time to get to us. And so what was happening this last week and this weekend should have happened the week before. So it's a series of things that piled up to this last-minute review. This list should have been our goal was to get it on the agenda, not on the addendum, which would have given everyone time to say, there's something wrong, let's fix it on the addendum for the court. That whole thing shifted almost a week back. That is one of the causes
Okay, so
for
your
us catching it this late.
okay, your comment to this court is that SharePoint is a reliable data management system.
But it had
And-
human error.
Yeah.
We can certainly work with IT on locking
But
down.
somebody didn't answer my question. Are we at a 5? Did we upgrade SharePoint? Because now you weren't here. I know. The last cycle, and I don't know, Mr. Lewis. Now I know you. IT. Okay. Only reason I was saying, and I hear you, Mr. Hicks, only reason I was asking Mr. Lewis, see, he helped us to begin to get SharePoints, you know, and then when Mr. Hyder came on, we met and we talked about SharePoint upgrade, because in the last election, we had some issues with SharePoint. So as a result, we talked about, I think it was a grade 4 system, and we needed to be a G5 or whatever.
So,
I think we just need to simplify the process, sir. I think it's,
Need
the
to what?
law is simple, right? Says the party gives us a list and we bring the list to
No,
court.
I hear
And
you.
we've tried to make it a more agile, 21st century, click here, real-time thing, and that's coming back to bite us. So
okay.
I'm gonna take this back as how do we rethink this process? And maybe that we don't do it in SharePoint. Maybe that we just say, send me an email on that
Okay.
day and that's it, right? It's simple.
Let me ask you this though, and that's all sounds good, working with the parties, make it easier. But if you read the names in today, and I assume I've got a copy of this, and I see the Democratic Party chair, I don't see the Republican one, but have they had a chance to look at this?
Yes, sir, they've sent
The
us
both
that.
of them?
We
Okay,
didn't
and
have
this
that.
is,
What are the shaded areas
Mr. Coleman,
on
is
there?
this right?
It's highlighting
Okay.
every change and
So,
why.
okay.
I'm sorry?
When you see the list, the cells in red are highlighting where the change was, because you have an alternate, and an election judge and an alternate, so it's meant to guide your right to, hey, this is the name that changed, and then on the column on the right, there's a reason why it changed.
All right, let me ask my question again. If we wait a week, what problems does that cause?
We would be sending out the notices of appointment
don't
to the
wanna wait.
judges later, which means we would train them later. I would rather send them out today, read this into the record, and get the ball rolling here.
There are noticeable blanks in my district. In other words, you know, big voting centers without a judge. Northway, for example, Christian Church, as I understand it, has no election judge. This might be the biggest voting location in all Dallas County, and it has no judge in it, and that gives me concern. Now, I've been told this can be supplemented, and I have great faith in Mr. Coleman to accomplish that task.
But we could supplement that at our meeting next week.
Correct.
Put on a
That's-
supplement.
I think
That's what you're suggesting we do.
Yeah, if
We have
it
400
delays, Commissioner Sorman, it's better than we vote this, and then we be sure that we publish a complete one next week. That, Mr. Garcia?
Correct.
I'm
We
seeing
have
everybody nod their
460
heads, and I'm good with
locations
that.
to get going, right?
And you
So if we
think-
are missing 10 or 20 today, which is still gonna happen, we can
Fine.
come back and do supplemental lists. And
I
at
just
that
want to make
point-
sure that we're good with this too, with the Republican Party. Are we okay with them as far as you're concerned doing it this way, as far as you know?
They have raised no concerns about this. So
Okay, and so they're going to be okay with this as far as you know?
I have no
Well-
reason to believe they don't.
Okay,
They
fair
won't.
enough.
And I hear there's concern, but I'm gonna still go back to the fact that, we would have passed this dadgum order had we not.
Yeah,
that's
good
number
job. Good job on catching that.
And number two, Judge, I know y'all don't, and I hear you. So you're telling me that you're gonna be able to mull through this election with the license on SharePoint as a system. That's not the issue. That the elections bill using SharePoint is the issue.
Is that it?
That's the question.
I thought you asked the judge, I'm sorry. No, it's not the tool here. It wasn't.
It's not the
It's
tool.
not the tool for a job.
Okay.
It was person
So
doing a
it's-
job.
it's
If you
personnel.
will, for the
Okay.
analogy, not a person.
Okay, got you. That's what
And let me ask Ms. Nicholas, I don't see a problem with this because we're simply adding names or changing some names on a list. We're gonna basically do the same thing in Court Order 3, where we have to read some new language in there. So any concerns on your part?
Yeah, just read them into the record.
Okay.
The changes that are being made.
Okay, so I think we got a solution to that.
So, number two, the ones that, Ms. Fain, Mr. Honorable Coleman, what the list we have before us is the correct list. Is that our final list, Daphne?
Well,
Huh? Well, hell, I wanna know those minor change
Well,
stuff.
but-
Huh?
But
we
regardless,
can do
the
it next
changes
week?
have to be
yeah, the
on the
final,
list
right?
putting on.
The final will be next week, because if I'm looking into my district, and some of them are changed. So, I mean,
So
new list will
There's a lot of
definitely
nuance
help.
to how this list comes to be.
Correct.
this court appointed judges for 2 years in 2023. When you make an appointment, for example, John Doe on precinct 1108, that person is the judge for 2 years unless they resign. So the party has said, hey, we would like to appoint this other person to that precinct, and we've made it clear. That person has to resign to create a vacancy before you can appoint a replacement. And we checked that with the DAs, that's what the law reads. That person has been appointed by a court action, so they need to resign. So some of the names that you see on
Even
the
if there's
list,
a complaint? Even if there are multiple complaints?
that is how we've been advised. So what you see on the column on the right, to kind of take a step further and get the ball rolling on some of these people, you also have the right to appoint people at large, meaning they're there as a potential replacement. So we're saying, look, we can't move this person out because they haven't resigned, but we can appoint the person you potentially want to put in there at large already to send them their notice, to get them started on the training. And then when the resignation thing is figured out, we'll be back with a supplemental list saying, hey, this person resigned, there was a vacancy, now you can appoint that person back in the slot where you want it. So this is going to keep moving over the next 3 to 6 weeks, so we keep our appointment process and our paperwork clean.
And we all know too that working with elections, that'll be 2 days before the election when you make your final. But if we can take take a good stab at getting as complete, as accurate list as we can today, that gives you a better baseline to be working from.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. The one question that's outstanding, and it's something we have to check with the DA's office, is there's been a question raised as, if you appointed someone in 23, and we're at this point almost past halfway the appointment period, and they haven't responded, shown up, worked, at what point is that considered a vacancy that can be filled by that party? So my understanding is right now, unless they resign, it's just I'm not available, the alternate steps up. So that's a question that's pending to address, and then hopefully we'll have an answer on the 17th when we come back with any.
Court, but if you're telling me that there are people that were appointed over a year ago who have not shown up to do anything, my view is that's a vacancy. Otherwise, the situation you have there is the party that didn't win the election in that area becomes the election judge, and that is contradictory to what the statute intended. So I think you've got a party vacancy there if somebody doesn't show up for a year.
That's one of the outstanding issues. We need to solve and come back on the 17th with an answer.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I'm gonna make sure.
I mean, does the court agree on that? Because if so, the party needs to fill those. Right now, what's happening is if the Republican Party was the prevailing party, they're stuck not being able to fill, so the Democrat is becoming the judge there, or vice versa.
That's what the law says. If it's a no-show, the alternate becomes the judge.
Yeah.
Right?
So, but if it's a vacancy, then the party that won that election could then say, well, Clay can't do it, so I'm going to appoint, or Clay chose not to do it, so I'm going to go ahead and appoint Andy to that vacancy. Of course, it wouldn't be us because we're on the ballot, or not this time, but
Judge, I hear you saying that, but we've got 4 that have never worked before, and we're being told
those should be vacancies.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but we're being told that we have to keep them. That's exactly what I'm saying.
But who is telling us that? Okay.
Mr. Garcia?
Because I don't have right now something from either the state or
but if you had something from the court, you wouldn't have to keep them. So what I'm trying to do is get
the will of the court. I want to make sure. If you had something from the court, you don't recognize that.
Oh, no.
It's the
Sorry,
court
I
that
thought you asked me if I have. No, I don't have something from the court right now.
Right. But if you had something from the court, you would recognize those 4 individuals that I want gone.
Because in the end, this is your decision. This is not my decision to make.
Right.
If this court tells me we consider that a vacancy and we will appoint them, that is your decision. I don't appoint judges. My job's to put the list in front of you.
Okay.
So is it better for us to delay this vote a week so that we can make a cleaner list?
No,
No,
we
like I
already
said, we have
responded.
90% of this list ready.
Okay.
Let's
I want to
get
go
those
with.
letters out, get them trained, and we'll come
We
back on the
fix-
17th.
We pass it and then we fix it. That's it.
And so
Okay.
we got a call meeting for when? The 10th?
We have a special call meeting for the 10th, so if you can get me the list, that full complete list by this Friday, I'll have it on for the 10th. And then hopefully that will be the final, other than a few names that may come up.
Whatever fluctuates between now and then, right?
Okay, so I think the will of the court then, from what I'm hearing, is that if people haven't shown up, that's a vacancy that the parties can fill, the Republican and Democratic parties can fill. And if you need an
You're
order
okay
to
with
that
this?
effect, you could put that order on for next week. I think also the will of the court is to, if we're sure on some of these, go ahead and get those out today and then bring a supplemental cleanup back to like fill those vacancies next week. And in the unlikely event that we're gonna need to have emergency court meetings to do something on these vacancies after that time, of course, we're gonna have a meeting next week, then we're gonna have a meeting the next Tuesday because that's our regularly scheduled meeting. So it's unlikely that we're going to need a special meeting, but if we do, I'm gonna call a special meeting so that we can get all these filled so we can have a smooth election.
Right, so one thing that I don't think we need to do that. We can do supplementals every 2 weeks. If we get this 90% of the list out today, we're on track. And then 20 days before election day, emergency powers kick in and I can just appoint people, done. So we don't need, at that point, if we really are down to 3 weeks before the election and we have 4, 5, 10 vacancies, I can fill those in without court action. But the idea is that if we do, we get to that point where 2, 3, 4 spots, not 400.
I like
right?
you, Mr. Hyde. I don't want you filling vacancies.
Okay.
Okay.
The law says I
Yeah,
can. It doesn't say
I
where,
hear you.
so
I hear
we'll,
you.
we'll
I'm
talk
just-
about the
yeah,
parties
okay,
and.
okay.
Well, thank you. I think we discussed this item. One last thing, I would like to know how many of these judges are, how many people we have bilingual. Just to be sure, because I know on election day, I usually get a lot of complaints about that. So I would like to know in advance how many of them. No, I'm seeing Mr. Coleman and Ms. Flores. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
And we'll now take a break from, we've still got the budget on there if there's any discussion.
We do.
Budget. And we've also got open space plan. But at 11 o'clock, we had
Parkland.
scheduled our Dallas County Hospital District proposed budget. And so if they'll please come forward, we'll hear that next. We'll get back to the other stuff.
Morning, Dr. Cerise. If nothing changed, just say nothing changed from time. After we ask the questions.
Yeah, I like him, but I don't believe him. Come on.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I was trying to make it shorter.
Now, there's nothing on my script here that this is a hearing that needs to be opened, public
No,
speakers, all
that's
that.
next week.
All right.
It's the next second one.
Next week.
Wait a second for it to get pulled up.
Yeah, he don't.
Okay, here we go. And Commissioner Garcia, very little has changed since our last presentation. I'll just review these major assumptions. Oops. Way ahead. I'll review some of the major assumptions. In terms of our risk elements, revenues are growing slower than expenses. I'll go into that just a little bit. Labor costs continue to be a major driver of our expenses. The Medicaid dish cuts that have been on the books for several years now continue to get pushed back but not eliminated, so that's a future risk for us there. That's a federal issue. The investment and labor market issues continue to cause some uncertainty in our pension expenses, and then drug costs continue to be a pressure point for us. So those have not changed. The revenue has changed very little. We've increased about 1.4 million overall, so that's a very modest change in our revenue projections. And you can see there, but we're estimating about a 3% increase in Medicare, 1% increase in commercial. And then our Medicaid supplementals continue to project flat. Significant increase in our Medicare dish, that's the federal program. And then we've built in 5% increase in tax revenues. So our overall operating revenue will go up 3.5%. If you look at the bottom right, that's compared to overall operating expenses going up 5.3%, which is why you see a reduction in overall operating income for this year compared to what we're projecting for '24. I'll go through the volume slides for you in a second, so I won't go over that column. And then just to highlight some of the major assumptions around expenses, we built in a 3% merit increase for the year, 2% market adjustment. That's it. We annually review job codes, and so we'll reserve a 2% pool for those updates throughout the course of the year. Our benefits up by 4.5%. Supplies 8.5%, drug expense 7.7% up, insurance over 10%, and our purchase medical services, we are finalizing those agreements now. That's going to be in the 3 to 4% to 3 to 5% range, and then so as I mentioned, overall expenses up.
Dr. Cerise, the purchasing the medical services. What does all of that entail?
That's the major contract we have with UT Southwestern.
Yeah, I know. I like the way y'all.
Professional services.
Yeah, okay. And so what does it look like this year?
Well, we're still in those negotiations, so we haven't landed on a final number yet. But
what was it last year?
The total number?
Yeah.
Was two. Yeah, so
you're projecting it to come in at 282 million for this fiscal year. Yeah, but the last year, what was it?
we can get that for you.
Well, y'all know
Probably
better than
about 4% less than that.
Okay. So, does it say in terms of the industry? Go ahead on.
No. So just to put that in perspective, that's about 10% of our operating revenues, and so similar to, actually lower than our drug costs would be. So I know it's a big number, but when you look at sort of the overall operation, 10% physician costs.
Is that in line with industry?
So for this past year, actually, I just looked at these numbers. Physician costs were up about 6% from 23 to 24 in June. So it's kind of in line with what you're seeing a little bit lower perhaps than what you're seeing in the industry. That's overall spend. That's an account of inflation plus, utilization. But it's not out of line.
Where are you on your equipment purchase, your replacement?
Equipment and capital?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get to that
okay.
in a minute.
Okay. But it didn't break. Well, okay. Go ahead on. Didn't break it out, but okay. Go ahead on.
Okay.
Continue.
So these are our volume projections, and these haven't changed since we talked a few weeks ago. So our adjusted patient days projected to be flat. The hospital continues to be full, so that's limits us there. The discharges will be almost 2% higher, and that's a factor of throughput. If we can reduce our length of stay, we can get more discharges in, and so there's a lot of effort going on around that. The deliveries continue to go up modestly. We've had some very busy months in the past few months on deliveries, and so we're projecting that to continue to go up a little bit, 1.5% year over year.
Let me ask you back on the discharges. Is there what's kind of average?
What's that?
What's across the board? What's kind of average on? You keep talking about the beds being full. What's kind of on average when you look across your universe over there?
Oh, in terms of
days. Discharge days.
Discharge days. So our occupancy is higher, if that's the question. I mean, we tend to run higher than normal. So we have 882 licensed beds. We get a variance to double some rooms when we're in states like we are now. So our census has been over 1,000. So we've been over 100% occupied. I think it's fair to say for a number of weeks. I guess the industry depends on where you are. I mean, but busy is in the 90 percentiles.
Okay.
That would be a sign that somebody.
So you're 880.
882 licensed beds we have right now. On the capital slide, I'll show you one of our projects is to build out
2 floors of
Two
shelf
floors,
space.
I got that, but okay. Okay.
Let's see, ER, is looking to be flat for the same reasons I talked about before. We do have some ongoing efforts there. We're gonna improve our triage space and let us increase our capacity a little bit there. And then, on the outpatient side, where we have more ability to increase our volumes, we're projecting a 4.5% increase in our clinic visits. And then on our income projections, these look almost the same as it was the last time. The difference is just about $1 million, a little bit over, less than $1.5 million bottom line. We were, if you look at that PH projected 2025, that first peach column, and go down midway through the page, you'll see a operating income of 4.8 million. We were at 6 million in the prior version, and our team has just refined the numbers both on the revenue and expense side, and you see very little change here. So that's where we're projected to come in for 25. If you look, we updated the 24 number, the first column as well. So our operating revenue projected for 24, again, same line in that first column. It's about 51 million is where we're expected to come in this current year, and that was against a budget that was pretty much like the budget we have this year of zero operating income budget. And then this slide has not changed either, or changed very little as well. This is our long-term projections. Unless you've got questions, I won't go into any details on this one. And then the capital.
Capital, yeah, let's,
So
go ahead on.
The equipment, you asked, is at 52 million. That includes, so that's that FY 25 column at the top, and that's our routine replacement. That includes things like MRI machines, CT scan upgrades, PET scanners, and then a lot of other,
And what's the life cycle on those, because they're very expensive machines, so what's the life cycle on them?
Edmundo, do you want to comment? Because I know we take those to end of life and beyond when we can. But we've been, just before you say anything, we've been in a hospital now for 10 years, and so we're starting to see more of these things that are aging out.
Well, you were here the last time when I was talking to you about the difference between the kind of surgeries that happen at Parkland and the kind of instruments that were used, and you remember that. Well, what did you call the machine? The Michael machine? Or
robots?
Yeah, the robot, but you had a certain name for it. But anyway, that's what I'm trying to figure out, what's basically in the line.
Gotcha.
So the short answer is that it depends on the type of the equipment that you're talking about. For big pieces of equipment like MRIs and CTs, on average, I would say that it's about 10 years. So Dr. Ceresa's point about being in the facility for 10 years and now coming up on a timeline where we have to replace is what we're planning for. There are other pieces of equipment that may last a little bit longer, not much beyond 10 years.
So 10 years is a life, pretty much.
On average.
On average. Okay, and so you've got 50.
We have invested in
52 million
in more robots in this year. In fact, I think we just turned on a couple more of those. Edmundo, is that right? And so that's for the less invasive surgeries.
Right. And again, you and I've had this conversation for the last, how long have you been here now?
10 years.
10 years. See there? You didn't know you'd been here that long. Anyway, we've had this conversation. I just want to make sure, we had this conversation before you got here today about poor people and public health, and I just want to make sure that you're accessing the best equipment that is there for the clientele that you're servicing.
I appreciate that. Well, I mean, that's exactly what we try to do. So, like I said, we've made some investments in the robotic surgery, which is a really, as you point out, there's a real difference in some of these complex surgeries to be able to do it.
And it's a difference in recovery.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it looks like the investments in both facilities and equipment continue to increase, not, huge jumps, but at least continue to address the patient.
Yeah,
population that we have here.
Pretty much, you know, year to year, outside of major new projects, you know, we'll see $70, $80 million in capital. And then,
But did you spend, see, last year you did 51 million. This year you got 52 million. Of course, and the year before it was 41 million. So it's taken a, 12 million jump in 2 years, but year over year, did you purchase all that equipment last year?
there is
51 million? I guess that's what I'm asking y'all. That seems to be, I mean, and I know the equipment is expensive, and Mr. Financier looked like you're getting ready to say something.
Yes, majority we have. We will go through a process, even though an item is budgeted, we don't necessarily purchase that item, we'll go through another review session.
I can't hear you very well.
Come on forward. I'm sorry.
The short answer is no, we did not purchase all of the 51 million. We go through a review process for an item that's budgeted to make sure that we, perhaps could delay a bit longer if the item is still stable, even though we plan to replace. But for the most part, we've purchased the majority of the 51 million, but not 100%.
Okay.
and some of that might get pushed over to the next year.
That's right,
It doesn't always
exactly
line
right.
up with the
That's right.
fiscal year.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, and that's a process that frankly the team looks at because we need to have equipment that functions, but if we can stretch some more life out of it, we will.
Well, technology is changing so fast, and then they change programs, and then they change equipment. If I tell you how many syringes I have to buy for composites every single time a manufacturer decides that, they want a new delivery process and how much it costs, is crazy. I can imagine what Parkland goes through with all these different companies that you have to use to just provide basic services.
And you see on here, our out of that 123 million in capital, about half of that is 5 or 6 major projects, and those are the ones I listed. We talked about the hospital being full, and so the 8 goal build out of 26 million, that's on top of the 9 goal build out that we had in last year's capital. So that will get us about 112 additional beds once that work is done, and we're in the process of bidding that out right now. The OR video platform is an upgrade for our operating rooms, and I think we've talked about the other ones. I can answer any questions you might have on those. So this is our request on the tax revenue. We understand the valuations are going up about 9.8%. We are requesting a 5% increase over our prior year budget. That would bring the rate down from 0.2195 to 0.2120. And that's the schedule of tax rate over the years, and you see we'll project again to lower the rate even with that 5% revenue increase.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Ceres, we see you on September 10.
No, I'll see you tomorrow.
Commissioner Price will see you tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Ceres. And the great news is the tax rates pretty much stays the same.
Yeah, and and I don't think again. I know I'm hard on part. There's a part that if you let me do surgery, I could go in there and cut it out. Piece on Parkland, I'm talking about. If you let me do the operations, I could go in there and cut a piece of you out. But anyway, my point is, we're really glad to have Parkland, okay? Because we've seen public hospitals across this country close. We've seen public hospitals not perform optimally. And as I said, public hospitals, unless it's just some vicious trauma, is, by poor people still, okay? And to that, you continue to perform. I've popped up and been there at night, and your emergency room overflows at all times. And so I appreciate that. There's just some surgery I want to do on it, and I'm going to keep coming. But anyway, thank you.
That's the best compliment, Dr. Cerise.
appreciate
The
that.
way it sounded, believe it or not, it was a compliment. You know, thank you, Dr. Cerise and the Parkland team. You know, we're very blessed to have you. Like Commissioner says, state of the art, one of the best public hospitals in the United States is not a little achievement. And it couldn't happen without you guys.
Thank you.
Gracias.
We appreciate the support. We can't do it unless you guys support us, and we appreciate.
He's still
the
going to
support
see you
give us.
tomorrow, Dr. Cerise. So don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
See you on September 10th. Bye.
This takes us back to our last two presentations. Do we have budget?
Open space is here too.
We've got that after budget,
Oh,
yeah.
that's.
I thought it was.
Yeah. Can we, open space is not that much, Ms.
it's
Dr.
up to you
Watkins,
guys.
can we just do open space? And
Both
let
of
that
these
go?
are pretty
Yeah.
short, right?
Well, budget.
Budget is going to
may
take a
not
little
be.
longer.
Okay,
Budget may not be
sure, we can do open space.
Open space,
Yeah.
come
Guys
on
wanna
down.
come?
We
Motion to suspend.
Do have
the
a
agenda.
public speaker for that as well.
Okay,
Okay,
that's fine.
great.
Okay.
That's fine. Motion to suspend the agenda.
All those in favor signify, or is it?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And we do have a public speaker, so will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speaker?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. The visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief and observant of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and unregistered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mayor?
I'll ask for it. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge Jenkins and Commissioners. My name is Mia Brown, and I'm the Dallas County Open Space Administrator. We are so excited to bring the 2024 Dallas County Open Space Plan before the court. As the first master plan in over 30 years, this document paves the way for the future of the Parks and Open Space program. I would like to introduce Lenny Hughes, Practice Leader for Planning and Landscape Architecture at H.E.L.P Associates, who will give an overview of the master planning process and the main takeaways and deliverables from the plan.
Good morning.
Morning.
And thank you, Mia. Again, my name is Linda Hughes, Practice Leader for H.E.L.P Associates, and we're proud to present the Dallas County Open Space Master Plan to the Commissioners Court this morning. Dallas County has a pretty significant park and open space system and has over 21 preserves here within the county. It has roughly about 4,000 acres of parkland in the area. Much of this land is currently owned by the county itself, roughly about 87%, but a majority of this is being managed by our preserve partners. And so as we go through with this plan, this is a partnership with the county as well as the preserve partners here within the area itself. I want to take note there are 3 other preserves that are located in the southeast part of the county. These are in the unincorporated areas, and these are lands that the county itself maintains here. So why plan today? As Mia pointed out before, this plan was last adopted roughly about over 30 years ago. The current plan, as we have here today, it focused on acquiring land. A lot of land was preserved along the Trinity River corridor itself. But the new plan focused on maintaining and enhancing what exists today, but also meet the needs of the current residents and future residents of Dallas County. This plan also had quite a bit of public input from the public, as well as our stakeholders, as well as our preserve management partners provide a lot of critical input for this plan process for here. So some of the public and stakeholder engagement, we had 8 meetings with the Trail and Preserve Board program, which is known as TAP. We have 5 listening sessions with invited stakeholders. We also had a statistically valid survey where we had to have 400 responses. We actually received 447 responses on the survey. We also provided QR codes at our parks to have intercept surveys. This was held in the summer of 2023, where we had over 188 responses. This is from people that came to the park, took the survey, and responded back to that. Once the statistically valid survey was closed, we also opened this to online survey, where we had over 90 responses from the citizens here within Dallas County. But also, we had quite a bit of input from the community open houses. One was in the fall of last year, as well as in the spring. There were meetings held in each of the commissioners' district. Also, this was the presentation were in bilingual in Spanish and also in Vietnamese in districts 2 and 3 here. So some of the key takeaways, safety was one of the key things that was responded to as far as what we heard from the different user groups. And what they felt that safety was one of the top priorities that we need to address. One way to address this would to look at having a county ranger that is a well over needed measure to help with some of the enforcing of some of the rules here in the preserve. Also, maintenance was another key item. There's some of the areas are in disrepair, and we need a lot of treatment, and so we want to make sure that we're enhancing and providing the greatest emphasis and impact for the county moving forward. Another component is we want to make sure that we're preserving and protecting our natural resources. Some of the things that they want to see within their preserve system was adding in natural surface trails, adding in new restrooms in some areas, but also providing parking to some of the users that would come and visit the preserve areas within the county park system. There's also just a general lack of unawareness of your system here. You've got great facilities here in the county. People really just don't know about those, and so they want to be able to say where they're at, how can they provide better inputs. Some may want to provide donation, volunteer their time, and so if we can have a public awareness campaign out there just to get the word out about where these preserves are here within the county itself. There's also a desire to provide additional access internally to the park, the preserve area itself. Also providing additional bike and pedestrian connections to preserve, to having a much more linked system or connected system here within the county. So overall, we did a general assessment of the 21 preserves here within the county itself. Each one of these individually had their own preserve profile. This looked at the natural resources, but also what are some of the issues and challenges that's here within some of the county preserves there themselves. We also looked at demand assessment. This is based on input we received from the public. Also, some of the stakeholders have visited these systems. Then we work with our partners, IES. They really focus on our natural resources and also some of the ecological system of your preserved area in the area. Then we did another dive into access and connectivity, as we said before. Some of these preserve areas aren't accessible. They're hard to get around into, so we want to make sure we're providing better access to within the area itself. Also, we look at equity assessment. This was an analysis to really look at the vulnerable population. This is both based on socioeconomic and demographic of the area. How can we provide better access? How can we better monitor the issues there within those parks? But also, how can we prioritize and investing funds into make sure that we're addressing those needs in those socially vulnerable areas within the county. Then lastly, looking at operations and assessment, looking at the current funding from the county, looking at the current funding from our preserve management partners, as well as staffing, and so that we have an equal and balanced system and be able to meet the needs of maintenance and access to some of the other improvements here moving forward there. So looking at some of the key findings, this is really based on the amount of input we receive from the citizens, all the stakeholder input that we receive, all the public open houses. We basically developed 4 goals for the plan. The goal number 1 was to enhance. It's looking at providing a context system improvements to give residents opportunity to explore and interact with the natural environment in a safe and responsible manner. Goal number 2 was to connect, was to increase awareness of access to preserves and better connect the residents to their nature in their own backyard and throughout the county. Item number 3 was to protect, is to conserve and sustain the natural and cultural resources within the county while celebrating unique features of the preserves. Then lastly was to manage, and that's to employ best practices for managing and funding the preserves and stewards while providing strong relationships and partnerships to ensure longevity of the parks and open space program. So these are 4 main goals for the plan, as that really becomes the foundation for some of the key recommendations as far as the overall implementation of the plan itself. So we looked at how are we going to manage the county system. So we have basically 2 buckets here. One is a system-wide recommendation. This is something that will be kind of a policy and procedures that is across all 21 preserves. The other one's more tailored toward each preserve itself. So there's more detailed analysis as well as recommendations for to move forward as we start to look at capital expenditures for the preserve itself. And so looking at the system-wide recommendations, there are basically 8 themes that we will look at that will go under the 4 goals. Safety and security is one of those themes. Funding resources, how do we better manage our current funds that we have right here, but also look at opportunities to partner up or look at grants that are out there. Maintenance is another key thing. That's one of those policies that are within the area. Partnerships, as we mentioned before, with the preserve managers, but also opportunities for volunteerism and helping to be having more community investment within the county's park system. Program and administration, resource management, access and awareness, and so those are the 8 items that were the overall themes for the program as they move forward here. So basically there are about 50 total recommendations that's on a system-wide, and so these are again just policies and procedure that would be across the board for implementation for the county's preserve system there. And so for the individual parks and preserves, there's more preserve-specific recommendations. These are a list of projects that have a short-term, mid-term, and long-term component. There's also a series of detailed cost estimates and kind of a high-level program and master plan for these area preserves. This is all based on feedback that we got for some of the preserve managers, as well as feedback we received from the citizens there. Again, just like the overall system-wide plan, these preserve-specific recommendations had roughly about 160 plus specific project recommendations, again, for the plan. Then lastly, look at the implementation. This is where we look at more providing guidance for the plan. It's the timing of implementation, addressing some of those short-term and immediate needs such as safety and some of the other issues that's out there in some plans, but also providing and naming the agencies responsible, either Dallas County or other partners, or even work with some of our other organizations such as DORBA and the Dallas ISD for some of the areas for the Environmental Learning Center. And so, again, this provides some guidance and support for those high priority projects. These are things we want to address immediately on a short term, but also providing planning level costs for some of those more long-term items so we can plan for those and budget for those for the future. This plan does identify potential funding sources, grant opportunities, partnership opportunities at the state, federal and local level. And so this is a plan that really provides the county and staff this short-term and long-range vision on how to get some significant changes as far as the planned development here and moving this thing forward there. So at this point, I'd like to open up for any questions or comments that the court commissioners may have here.
Judge, first of all, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to our partners. As we've all been briefed by this, and some of us have reached out to our partners and asked them how much more engagement they can provide to be a part of this. Let me just tell you, first and foremost, the ranger thing is a no-brainer for me.
Great.
Yeah.
That's in the budget? Yeah, okay, never mind. I just threw it out there. Anyway, the ranger thing is a no-brainer. That's long overdue. Number two, in terms of security, with all that's going on, with solar now, we've got to put some lighting in these parks. I appreciate the fact that our staff has been vigilant enough to kind of move some things around so that certain occurrences are not happening in the underbrush. People have got to feel safe in these parks if they're going to use them. You did the Paul Dyer Park. It's probably one of the better because DeSoto has been very vigilant. But I'm also on the Mia. What was the park that I called Mr. Jenkins about? The Audubon.
Cedar Ridge Preserve. that's
Cedar
run
Ridge.
by Audubon
I
Dallas.
did look at their budget, look at their bond program, and did challenge Mr. Jenkins. We're going Cedar Ridge Preserve.
It's pretty good.
400 was it 400,000?
Yes.
400,000 visits a year, and it has not had.
Mention it here when he was here, yeah.
But it has not been updated probably in the last 2 decades. Somebody else is managing it. I explained it to him, walked it. So I just appreciate, first of all, this report. Number two, it's given us a chance to leverage with our partners. And number three, it's got to be gradual in terms of how we move forward.
And
So,
just as a follow-up, hallelujah, thank you, Jesus, 30 years, and we have a plan. Yeah, I mean, it was long overdue, especially in today's where we know that Dallas County and Dallas is a heat island environmentally speaking, where air quality is a challenge when we have health issues that we talk about it every single Tuesday around here. This is long way overdue and is well received. I want to thank, of course, Mr. Tamayo, Ms. Brown, and the open space team for their hard work. I know those community meetings. I attended 2 of them in District 4. People are excited, very excited about this. And sometimes they get confused between the trails, the parks, the open space, and that's what I was not surprised to see in this presentation, that a lot of people lack awareness. We have still challenges, parking, of course, the maintenance, and pedestrian bicycle lanes are important, but we also have a fire marshal department that is very vested in be sure that these areas that are with the open space program that Commissioner Price is so lucky to have, are well taken care and have all the maintenance, and more importantly, the partnerships. Because we know that maintenance is a big issue, safety is a big issue, and those partnerships, I know Commissioner Price called Dr. Watkins, but some of them are not in this budget. So with that being said, how much do you think the 164 preserve specific projects will cost in the long run?
It's millions of dollars. I admit that I don't have the collaborative number off the top of my head, but Cedar Ridge alone, for the length of this plan, had $5.5 million worth of projects. And that's why H.E.L.P. Associates helped us with looking at those short and long-term funding options, both out of the county budget and through grant funds and other resources. So,
well, that is great, because then Commissioner Price knows with the new city manager how to start lobbying for their funding and their budget. Just something else that you can do, Commissioner Price, on Saturdays and Sundays.
Right.
But with that being said, that is great. And the same thing with the 50 system recommendations. I know that we talked about it when we met. Do you have an estimate about that funding as well? Can you separate it? I think my question is, can you separate
Well,
it?
one of the things you need to understand, and we've got, first of all, we got some safety challenges.
I know.
We've got to deal with some ballards that, at least in my district, that the Texas Department of Transportation requires us to erect, because some of those parks are buttressing old mining camps. And so we've got to clear that. So I want to put staff on notice. We need to do that sooner rather than later, somebody, because of access. That's number one. These are former gravel pits, and they're in relationship to those roads. So we've got to put ballards up according to the Texas Department of Transportation.
And I think that is important to have an idea of what we're talking about, Ms. Brown.
And priorities.
If you can send us some of that.
Yes. So I can say that in regard to the system-wide recommendations, many of those are things we can implement immediately and do not cost any money. They're a change in the way that we do business. One of the recommendations system-wide was the park ranger, which of course that does cost money. We proposed that at a grade 10. It's the preserve-specific projects that are primarily what's going to cost money, and we did submit in our budget for FY25 our request for those projects in the unincorporated area to meet the requirements of the Texas Aggregate and Quarry Pit Safety Act.
Okay.
So, really it kind of depends on what our budget looks like, but I understand from our preliminary budget that I have seen for FY25 that we may receive pending court approval $2 million for projects, and I plan to implement them.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Good job on this. I've got a question about one specific area in a park, and it may not be ours, but this is off of Loop 12 in South Dallas, between Loop 12 and I think Pemberton Road, near the country club, whatever it's called, our golf course, whatever it's called out there. On the north side, there's a gate, there's a park behind that, and then beyond that, there's a trail. And I don't know if it's ours or not, but
Ours.
Okay.
It's ours.
In that area, then, there is a low water crossing. And the other day I helped a kid who had twisted his ankle on that. I know what we're trying to do there by wiring together those cinder block-like bricks for the water to not wash that out. But for little guys, their feet aren't big enough to walk on those, right? And you've got kids out playing with their dogs, and the dogs are fine. But anyway, this kid got hurt, and I could see other people, plenty of people getting hurt there, twisting their ankles. This happened to be a child, but it could be a older person with less steadiness. Let's look and see if there's any way to make a safe 4 or 5 foot area. Maybe it's a grassy area before you get to that, where they could walk and not run the risk of twisting their ankles.
I think he's talking about around Little Lemon Lake.
Yes.
And that was, believe me, I did it 40 years ago. So I'm the acquisition. So I'm
before the plan.
Yeah, before the plan.
So please look at something safe for people to cross that.
Yes, sir. I can address that with the City of Dallas.
Great.
I just wanted to acknowledge too that what you invest today in just maintenance today to make the green spaces that we do more accessible, more interesting for residents to use, but then also really actively looking forward to what can we be, where can we be, how do we link up all of our green space resources in working with all of our cities, working with all the other entities that have some control over the green spaces that we do have in Dallas County. I visited a few of them, all of them in my district, and have been to some of the community meetings where there is an interest in making sure that we play our part, that we do what we can to enhance, what are your 4 words? To go through and make everything more accessible to our residents. I just wanted to say, I appreciate your constant eyes on and not looking at today, but then also looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say this plan was definitely a work of passion and collaboration, and with the court's adoption, I do very much look forward to implementing it and putting this plan into action. I want to acknowledge that we could not do this without our 14 preserve management partners. A couple of them, Cedar Hill and Carrollton, were here today, but I think they did have to leave. Also, I don't know if anyone from Preservation Society for Spring Creek Forest is present, but I would like to acknowledge them as they took a big role in the plan. And I would like to acknowledge that we do have some Trail and Preserve Program board members here today. including our chair, Ed Cotman, and as well as our board member, Amy Martin.
Could they please stand up and be recognized?
Thank you.
Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't see you behind everybody.
The Cotman is
I can give you
scheduled
back
to
some of
speak.
my 3 minutes.
Okay.
I'm Ed Cobman. I've been chairing the TAP award. It's an honor to do this. I congratulate the court for engaging HAMP Associates in this project. The last plan, I think, was in 1991. It's timely, and I think the report is terrific. It's over 300 pages. I saw the final draft early August. We had a special called meeting to review it. At that meeting, we unanimously recommended to the court to adopt. I particularly liked in the plan all the detailed analysis of each of the 21 preserves, the issues, the recommendations, and in particular the implementation. Short-term, mid-term, long-term, there were some estimates of costs. So in any event, the board unanimously supports the plan. Hope you adopt it. Thank you.
Thank
Is
you
that
so
Amy
much.
in the back?
Thank you.
Amy Martin, please come forward. I don't know if everybody is aware of what she has contributed years and years and years in open spaces, in different kinds of the preserves and everything else that you have done. Did you want to say just a minute about what you see in the plans that are being presented as ways for us to move things forward?
I have, as I've written a book called Wild DFW, I've interacted with hundreds of people across Dallas County, and the support for this program is truly immense. There is a great need for more soft surface trails and more deep nature that's out there where people can truly get that medical and psychological benefits of nature by going into these preserves where there aren't a lot of sports and things going on, where you're just there for the nature, and that's where you get the lower blood pressure, the reduced heart rate, the just the kind of the psychological peace that you get at these particular preserves. I would like to see more support for it, and I think that there is a lot of public support for this as well, and I am really proud of the work we've done on this particular master plan, months in the making, and this program has been very important, and I appreciate your point, Dr. Garcia, about how these preserves are so very important in mitigating the urban heat island effect, because mowed properties do not mitigate urban heat island, but ones that are very wild, they do, and you can look and see that the urban heat island effect is so much less in the districts where these preserves are. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin,
But,
thank you both for your service as well.
The Mia, I do want us to basically say, maybe it's just in the southern sector, but to DeSoto and Cedar Hill and some of those communities, to put what I call hiker alerts. The coyote thing, I've heard from constituents that we need to somehow put on, what I call, I guess, coyote alert. Need to be very cognizant of that in some of those preserves. So I'd like to see something either generated to our partners or for us to step up and at least at the beginning of the preserve.
It's their habitat.
Well, it can be their habitat. It doesn't stop. Well,
Habitat, they were there first.
Well,
you know what?
part of the
I get
safety
you,
Yeah,
Commissioner. Don't let me go. Yeah.
Don't start me.
Don't let
I'm
me
trying.
go.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to be.
You're trying to be very animal loving.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to be.
Trying to help
I'm
you,
trying to
Commissioner, on this
yeah,
one.
okay, whatever. Anyway, let's get some alerts out there. Number 2, and again, I almost can't say enough about Mr. Jenkins because he's got money. Number 1. Number 2, that park. As I said, if it's going to cost $5 million, we need to, as the kids say, show him some love. Okay. The Audubon Society, I know, is managing it, but still, okay.
Yes, sir. sir. I'd like to thank the court for allowing us to take on this project, and I look forward to implementing it.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Just one brief second, I forgot to acknowledge and thoroughly appreciate Ms. Kendall Howard. Kendall, if you can stand up. Kendall's the project manager for this county open space plan. Her and her team done an excellent job.
Okay.
And we are very proud of you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our director, Mr.
you.
Tamayo.
Yeah,
I
thank you,
appreciate it.
Mr. Tamayo.
Yeah.
Very much.
Please.
Thank you. And before we get to budget, I want to take a moment of personal privilege and recognize Matt Griffith, who had a great editorial in today's paper. And I think everybody can agree that he's doing great work here. So congratulations on that. I want to recognize one of our county employees that is getting good press, and deservedly so. Next up is the budget.
Getting good press. Let's go.
Good morning. So you guys received several emails over the last few days. And yesterday you received the draft 1.1, which was an update. But it's not the final draft, but we wanted to get something out to you guys so that you can at least have it to review. The timeline is to make sure we have it up and loaded by Wednesday of this week for the September 10th. So I'm open this week, me and my staff, to set up any time that you need to go through any line item or questions you may have. So the extra week actually does work to our advantage, so you have more time to read over the draft budget, and we can make updates, okay?
And when you say Wednesday, you mean tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we have the rest of today and tomorrow to get back to me.
How generous.
Doctor, one question from my point. I mean, I got a lot of updates, summaries. I just want to be sure that the draft is coordinated with the original budget, which you're going to present it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so the drafts, when we moved forward from the last presentation, you gave me the direction of how to put the budget together. And so the draft is based on the proposed tax rate of 0.215500, which that includes tax-supported funds, general fund operations, which is the major department or division. So that represents about 73% of it, and then major technology, major capital, permanent improvement, and debt services. So a couple of you guys asked what was the tax rates the last 10 years, and so we put this slide as a visual so that you can see where we were at FY 2010, past 15 years, now at 0.215500. So it's steadily went down as far as the tax rate reduction. So this one, we want to make sure I clarify, it's an increase in the 57.46 million. It's not the total revenue. So it is an increase. And once we get the certified revenue from County Auditor, Mr. Hicks, because we're still working on the draft that they provided to us. And once we get that, we're hoping today we'll make any updates if there are changes from the draft we received about a week ago. This is the I think the slide most people are looking at. So the 57.46 for general fund operations, this is part of the discussion we had last time. There has been some changes, especially as far as the verbiage for some of it. The first one is it's gonna be until I'm able to meet with HR, county administration, civil DA, and who was the other, payroll, and Mr. Hicks. We're naming it 2% workforce compensation increase. And so we have to make sure we have the correct terminology in the implementing of whatever that's gonna be for countywide staff.
It'll be a salary, not a bonus?
We're looking at that.
Thank you.
Yes. So in line with what you guys want in terms of merit, this will be more indicative of being a merit increase as opposed to being a bonus.
I don't understand what you
Which
said by
number,
merit.
which line are you at?
First one.
2%.
First one, 2%.
What do you mean by merit? You mean to say that we're gonna do merit raises?
This will be, yes. So, in terms of trying to move toward lining up performance with compensation, this would be a move in that direction.
But this 2% is across the board, so that is not merit.
So,
So it's not merit. So initially we called it a bonus, then we called it they didn't want a structure. And so then we call it a COLA. So we want to make sure whatever terminology we use, it is going to be across the board for staff. But we want to make sure it's implemented correctly, because when we did a COLA 3 or 4 years ago, it messed up the sheriff's steps.
Correct, all the law enforcement personnel.
So we want to make sure that we strategically plan whatever that implementation is. And it took us 2 fiscal years to get it trued up, and it cost us additional dollars. So we want to make sure we take law enforcement step into consideration, and any type of consideration of civil DA is communicated as far as keeping it general and not making it so specific as part of the budget.
Is the difference in your mind between a COLA and a structure, if we did structure, that would follow the position, but what we're doing with this is only following the person? Is that
Yes.
what's going on?
Yeah, that's the difference, Judge.
So what would the cost be to do it as a structure? Wouldn't be anything, would it?
It's the same. The 2% will be the same either way.
Same thing.
It's the same. So it's just in how. So I would.
So why not do it as a structure?
I'm okay doing it as a structure. I just got the direction from our last conversation. Remember at the HR workforce compensation sessions that you guys wanted to focus on either COLAs or merits.
So what I was saying is that, because maybe I wasn't clear when I said this, but what I'm saying is when you hire a person as an employee and they come to work for you and they're working 40, 50 hours a week for you, that means they're not working for somebody else. And so I think part of that relationship, part of that employer responsibility is to keep them up with inflation. I did not mean, though, that should not be structured, right? So, and I'm not telling you it should be either, but what I'm saying is if we're going to mess up steps, then it could be structured, because let's say you give a COLA, as you call it, of 2% for 5 years, okay? And then the person that's in the position leaves, but the midpoint is the same. Wouldn't we be out of the running, out of the...
Correct.
Yes. Right? We'd be now we'd be lower than Tarrant and blah, blah, blah.
Correct.
So you might not want to do that. Merit, just so we're all on the same page of what we mean by merit, a merit raise would be a 2% merit raise would hold the possibility that some people would get nothing. I mean, you'd really have to be, it wouldn't be very many people that would get nothing, but that would be a possibility, and that some people would get some number above 2%, but it would average out to 2%.
Yes.
So the merit might be a max of 3, 2 is the average, 0 or 1 is the bottom. Right.
Yeah, and
So it
and
sound
I
like
think
I have
eventually
direction.
we need to go there to
Yeah.
merit, but it's just not this year.
Okay.
But let me ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
Why is there any hesitation about it being salary as opposed to bonus? Mr. Wilson, maybe you can help me out here. And the reason why, look at him. Love the way you look, Bob, every time I call your name. But as we go to job fairs and the like, and we have to identify what our salary is, then we can say it's X dollars. If there's a bonus, we cannot identify that as part of our salary when we are going to these expositions and the like to try and recruit people to employ. True?
So we can articulate a bonus, it's just a little more complicated.
Right.
You can't hand them a sheet, right, that shows
Yeah, but the first thing that somebody looks at, in my opinion, is what's the salary? And if the salary is 50 as opposed to 51, then that indicates to me I'm getting paid 50 and not 51, and a bonus may or may not happen.
Well,
we never
what's
done-
the advantage and disadvantage, and what do you recommend?
So a bonus is non-recurring, right?
Yeah, right.
And so one of the things that I advise the court on is we have to look at long-term, right? Where are we gonna be in 10 years? And so we've gotta be judicious in the way that we assign salary, right? And so what becomes problematic is if we continue to add headcount and we continue to increase the structure. That's what I loosely.
But why would we even consider talking about bonus?
Well,
Yeah.
so bonus, I mean, so just variable income or a discretionary award, I do believe that we'll get to a point where that's important, right? When we're able to identify performance, differentiate, some things that we haven't been required to do in the past.
Yeah.
So back to Commissioner Summerman's point, we do need to stay competitive in the market, right? We've worked really hard to stay competitive. So we look at it, and so to me, that's the base, right? What's our structure look like? Are we competitive? Is it something that we're proud to advertise when we go to job fairs? And so I feel really good that we're in a great spot now.
But even without the 2%, we're in this great spot, you think?
Well, that would hurt us, right?
No, I'm not saying we're not going to do it, but I think what you're saying is we're in a great spot. If I'm hearing you right, you're saying we're in a great spot structure-wise, and that this is going to allow us to compete well where we are. But my Bob's concern is that if we keep adding structure, we may get into a financial crunch. So make it a one-time bonus.
It's just something to think about.
Okay.
Well, no, the SMSA, we compete, as I always tell people, we compete in this. This is our SMSA.
Right.
And it is, what it is. That does not take away from what I call merit. I don't even like the word bonus. I don't even know how that comes into the equation. Yeah. So merit, because I want to pay for performers, and there's going to be a baseline. It's going to be a baseline regardless. And we'll look to HR to talk to us about that SMSA and what that structure looks like. But at the same time, if we've got people here who are performing, we want to reward those. Those who aren't, that other thing that some of my colleagues talk about, it'll take care of itself.
But we also want to make sure our structure is keeping up with inflation.
Right.
Well, I get it. But that's what I expect him.
And what most people usually do is they give that merit on top of a structure, on top of the COLA, which is cost of living adjustment, which all of our sister counties around are doing. They're up to 5%, usually giving 2% and a 3% merit. This year, we're saying we only can afford the 2% COLA. We're not at the merit. So
our sister counties, or whatever you want to call them, competitor counties, I don't think they're giving 5% raises this year, are they?
Oh, most of them, if you look, they are. They're giving 2s and 3s. They're giving 2%
merit.
structures and 3% merit.
So they do a 2 or 3, but then include a merit raise on top of that.
On top
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yep.
That's what
The
our
5%.
I think I sent you guys something earlier this week where one of our sister counties is giving a 5%.
A 5% structure with a 2% merit.
Right. It's usually,
I'm just going back to Commissioner Summerman's point. In our world, what we're doing is a COLA, which is a one-time, non-structure, non-bonus, not salary increase. Am I correct on that statement?
That's
because Mr. Summerman said, well, I go to a job fair and I want to say, well, I made $51,000 and I have a 2% COLA, but that county the commissioner's court might not give it again, therefore it's still a 51%, a 51,000, I'm sorry.
No.
That is what you said.
That is what I'm saying.
I jumped the gun a little bit. So what we talked about would be similar to what Mr. Martin just mentioned, trying to make sure that we separate the difference between a cost of living adjustment and the merit. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that, one, when we throw out the term bonus, then that kind of ties the county's hands to eventually have to pay that out, because we got into that situation this year because the court approved a discretionary bonus, but then that includes a wider pool of people that we end up not considering at the time that it was declared, and then we end up paying more people than was intended. So that's why we want to get away from the use of bonus and get to a more
Got you, but
similar.
the COLA is not on a structure, correct?
Right. So
Okay.
that's where we want to
That's
get
it.
to, where we're keeping up with inflation with something that is tied to the CPI, right? And then something on top of that that's related to performance, and keeping those entirely separate.
Okay, but we're not doing that this year. In fact,
Correct.
we're not even keeping our employees up with inflation. If you look at the rosiest numbers for inflation, which are the more recent ones, which are probably the fair ones to look at given where the economy is, it's 3%, we're paying 2%. So I'm just trying to understand. It would seem like to me, now, you're thinking about this more than I am, Bob, because you're HR guy. But it would seem like to me, if inflation is 3 and we're paying people 2 because that's what we can afford, that there's no real reason why that shouldn't be structured, right? Because when we think about, let's think about lower paid clerks. There's a high turnover rate there, or the lowest paid jailers, there's a high turnover rate. If we don't make it structure, it won't follow the position. And so 5 years from now,
You're still at
Judge,
51,000, like you
look,
said,
no,
yeah.
no. There, and I hear and I deal with HR enough to, there are a lot of variables. I mean, the problem with, let's talk about the jail. The largest group of employees we have is shift work. It ain't about really about the money. It's that shift work. And the fact that, those are we got a lot of other variables that come into play. We are competitive. When you look at us and one of our counties to the west, we are competitive.
And the point of the judge, Commissioner Price, is that if it's a structure, we are going to be higher than the rest.
Okay, but again, I've watched the sheriff's
Right,
department.
Judge? Is that what you're trying to say?
But look at the attrition.
If we don't do it, it looks like to me.
Look at the attrition. See, I'm sorry. It's not that we're not competitive. If you look at the fact that Sheriff's Department, around COVID, I was around 18%, 17, 18%?
Yes.
What is it today?
11
11%.
for DSOs.
Yeah, well, DSO, that's the largest out of 2,500, 1,450 of them are detention service officers.
Not too bad.
Huh?
Not too bad.
Not too bad at all. And so that's what I'm saying. So he's got indicators that tell us whether or not we are competitive. And again, we can't control shift work. I mean, we can't control twice mandatory so that we stay in compliance. We can't.
Okay, following up with that line of thought, then why are we, I understand the bottom line is the bottom line, but if we're looking at a 2% across the board increase, that's not going to keep us competitive, right?
Well, the thing is, they're not looking at across the board. This is a COLA, additional money one time. That's it. Not included, not structured into the salary, Commissioner Daniels. That's what we're arguing.
So
I think it has to be part of salary. It absolutely has to be part of salary to be competitive. Now, I appreciate what you're saying there, Bob, that, one-time bonus, well, that doesn't commit you to the future. I get that. I understand. I'm ready to commit to the future. We have to do it. If we don't, we're not going to keep our salaries at competitive rates. If we do not have salaries at competitive rates in the future, we will lose employees, and then we'll be over there trying to catch up like we have. And I'm still trying to understand why we started at 85% of market, and the answer is because we never get raises.
No, that was because of, that was a whole nother thing. We had an outside market study. But when we look at what's going on, like I said, in the marketplace, and I tell people all the time, I'm going to keep going back to the large department, same with the Sheriff's Department. We're authorized for 7,100 beds. They're authorized for 4,200. Guess what? They got over 200 vacancies. We got 145.
So,
okay. And so what I'm saying is we are remaining paid. You just heard him say we went from, 18 down to 11%. And of course, I'm sure a lot of it had to do with some of that retention. My point is that I'd rather him make a call. That 15 year deal that Dr. Watkins and Mr. Hickman gave us in terms of that tax rate, run that same scale on salaries and see where we are.
Well, what I'm hearing, okay, Commissioner Price and I think maybe see it differently than the other three, but because basically, if we're up to me, I'm asking these questions, but I defer to you because you're dealing with this every day. But what I'm hearing from Dr. Garcia, Dr. Daniel, and Commissioner Summerman is they prefer this to be structure. So I think if I'm hearing that correctly, we need to look at that as you bring back the budget next year.
And when we do that, what changes, colleagues, and I just want to warn you about this, it's not this year, it's next.
Yes.
And that is a concern. If I remember also, the reason we decided to be a COLA was because we didn't know how we're going to do next year. Was that your advice, Dr. Watkins?
Yeah, because it's a reoccurring cost past this
Correct.
year. And this is the first year, remember, we're transitioning away from ARPA.
Correct. And that was the argument, guys. That's what we made it a COLA of 2%. And that's what Commissioner Price is arguing about. And I get it, Judge. I mean, and that's what our budget director recommended. It's cost of living.
I may be wrong, so
Where we
are you
need to
with
be,
us?
why
then?
are we doing that?
You agree to defer to them.
Well, I mean, I know what Dr. Watkins is saying. That is, guys, careful. You're about to change the tax rate if you move in that direction next year. You might have to go up.
Right. There's several variables there too, because then you're going to be looking at what it looks like next year, and then we only have a certain amount. It's a ceiling here.
It's a cap.
And so at some point, I'm going to have to move something else down.
Yeah, you're at
And
the
I don't
cap.
want to take that chance. That is my problem.
So,
right
okay,
now.
But that's reality, that's gonna happen.
So I misspoke. It
Might not
sounds
have the
like there are
money.
three to defer to you.
Next year.
No, but we do recognize that it's going to be a reoccurring cost, because keep in mind, we have a $7.6 million that we have for ARPA positions that's included here. That's going to go into, is going to be absorbed into the general fund. That's not there now. Plus, whatever that, if we do structure, that's going to impact as well. Plus, insurance change, we have a $4.5 million plug this year based on the initial. But remember, over how long of a period was it, Mr. Wilson? 18 million?
18 million, and you had last time I calculated, y'all did a spread.
We spread it over 4
years.
4 years. So there's some variables there, the unknowns that I know occur, but we already know off the bat that the structure is going to be a reoccurring if we decided to do it that way. And I know you guys wanted to go toward a merit next year, to look toward a merit. So positions, salaries, and benefits make up 75% of our budget.
Exactly.
Keep that in mind. Operations make up 25%.
So I think you have three to defer to HR's recommendation.
And what is HR's recommendation? Or is it not known?
Colleagues, I just want to warn you. We had these conversations before. We decided not to go to structure. I was just making the argument so it was clear in everybody's minds. But we decided not to do this exactly because of that. Because in the future, we're going to have expenses that we have not calculated, and we don't know if we have the money. Can control those too. So, I mean, at this point, Judge, I'm going to stay with what the first discussion that we have, that this is a one-time cost of living adjustment, and that's it. Until Dr. Watkins feels comfortable that we might have the money to keep the structure. What I don't want to do is not having the money next year and have to raise the tax rates and have to raise taxes. And that's what I don't want to do.
I want to add too that this was with HR's recommendation as well, as far as the COLA for this year. And there was, in his work session, he discussed some of the recommendations for the number of positions to add. And so we kind of went above that number he gave us already. So the COLA was the only other thing that he did recommend that we do instead of a structure.
I'm not going to change directions right now at the last minute before tomorrow. I'm sorry, colleagues. I'm sorry, Judge, but I mean, we should have discussed these, you know,
Well, we did.
We did, but I mean.
And so you got, it again, you have three members of the court, Dr. Garcia, Commissioner Price and myself, that are deferring to HR's recommendation.
And I want to hear HR's recommendation.
Yeah.
If he has it already.
I think it's,
So,
okay, go ahead.
so my recommendation is based on a worldview of what I'm up against and what I understand of our budget, and I would advocate for a 2% non-recurring.
Not recurring. COLA adjustment.
Let him finish
That
his
we're gonna,
sentence.
that you're
Right?
gonna
Wait,
work
finish
on.
that sentence, Bob.
No, that's it. I
recurring.
almost
Oh,
said the
okay.
P word, but
Sorry.
A non-recurring 2%, and then, is there anything?
payment to an employee or to each employee.
So it
as
won't
of a
become
certain
part of a
date.
salary, so when you're announcing their salary and they're at $50,000 this year,
They're still at
next
50.
year, they will not be announcing the salary at 51.
Correct.
You'll be announcing it at 50 with maybe something if the Commissioners Court decides to give it to you.
Correct.
Correct.
Oof, that's a bad idea.
But we have the
I hate
money.
to tell y'all,
Well, we have the
I-
money,
I-
and
I
we
know
still
y'all-
don't
I know
have
y'all just
budgets.
came in from outer space. Let me tell you something. We've really made this work again, Dr. Watson. Thank you. I don't know why you put that 15-year spread into the budget presentation. You wanna move it back, Aaron, so you can remember. Look, taxes have been going down.
Oh.
And the thing is that we've been managing. You've heard us talk about our work. I use the sheriff because it's our largest department. Look at this.
The tax rate has been going down. People's
Exactly.
taxes have been going
We
up.
can't help the tax. Look, don't
But do we
start
have
me on that.
control over it?
Yeah,
But
no,
you know,
we
yeah,
can-
Control over the rate.
Go ahead,
rate is the
Commissioner.
only thing that we have control of. Because I'm gonna tell you something. You know, those of us in the South, we getting screwed. We got old infrastructure, but somebody comes in and puts a topping on it called a house or an improvement, and all of a sudden, values shoot through the roof. Hell, I live in a district, my house was built in 1914. The house my son lives in was built in 1914. But if some gun comes in and puts in a $750,000 house, and all of a sudden, damn, taxes just shoot through the roof. Infrastructure did not change, and I mean, it drives me nuts. But it didn't change. In the ground, infrastructure didn't change. But values did. So we can only control what we can control, Judge. And I think that's what even in this discussion,
Right.
you know, we can only control.
And Commissioner Summerman, what we can do, just to address the need, because I agree, I understand perfectly what you're saying. Doing this, the judge is saying, we're really not giving it too much and the salaries stay the same. But what we can do next year, if we have the funding, is to go to a merit or to a structure. But we need to be sure that we know how much money we have. And I have to give credit to Dr. Watkins for having this horrible transition where she didn't know where the money was till 2 weeks ago, really surely. It's all we can do this year.
All right, well, let me ask you this, okay? Maybe somebody else can answer this. The elected officials that we voted for last time, was that a bonus or a salary increase? The electeds.
It's a one-time COLA.
One time?
So
What was
it was briefed as a one-time COLA,
A 2%?
the 2%.
A 2%?
Yes, ma'am.
$80,000.
So it was spread out over the list.
Over
that
the
was
list, so
given- The
yeah.
list.
$80,000.
Yeah, that was over the list that was accompanying the briefing, remember?
For everybody. For everybody. Yeah. For everybody.
That's the minimum.
Commissioner, I get you.
All right, so I think on this one, we've got a consensus of moving forward. Let's
As it
continue on
is.
with the
Moving
briefing.
forward with what?
Yeah, with
Moving forward with,
issue.
With what we
I do have
discussed
other-
for the last 3 months.
I do have other questions. There's, over here on the, that slide, thank you.
Okay.
That one,
No, but I don't like it either.
It's
you have
going.
5 million overtime countywide, and then you put in parentheses, total 21 million overtime countywide
Countywide.
budget. So in your budget, you're going to have 21 in
Yes, sir.
overtime for countywide employees.
So that's gonna be, if you look on your summary that I send out on the overtime, you'll see, 21 point. It's a little bit over 21 million
All right, so Mr. Martin, is
for
that,
overtime.
was this calculated the way you suggested to me last time we talked about the budget, which is to look to see what overtime is since the fix has been put in and figure out something from that point forward? Is that the way this 21 million was calculated?
Yeah, so on average, it's like 2 million, about a little over 2 million a month.
Since the fix has been put in?
Yes, sir. And so it's closer to 24, but at this point, we couldn't afford to do the full 24 there, is what I would say. 21 is, what happened is on salary, all of his salaries and benefits, it's all within that same category. The total did not go up over the salaries, but keep in mind, we budget positions. So the budgeted positions, actually, we looked at across the board, countywide, in those departments that had long vacancies, and they were in the budgeted positions, those were moved into overtime to achieve the 21 million.
Mr. Martin, is this what you were hoping to see in this budget?
Yes, we had discussed that we were going to look at what the adjustment was after those fixes were put into place, which would have been the last 2 pay periods, I believe, correct? So if that's 2 million, then
You're comfortable with this number?
I am, because I'm also hoping that as of January, when we put the additional fixes in place, like the biometrics and the scheduling component, once that is into place, we may save a little bit more. But we have to continue to watch it every pay period.
Yep, I agree. Okay, tell me, is the metal detectors and the park ranger, are they in this budget?
So the metal detectors, that was a discussion that came up. It was already included in the special equipment in the reserves account. So this was additional. So I would say it would be included under increases under countywide for building security, sheriff, court calls, janitorial, election.
Park ranger?
Park ranger wasn't, but I think I got direction to add it, so I'll do that.
Sheriff,
go ahead.
if I could ask one more. Sheriff staffing plan, is that item number 44 on our agenda today?
So that was the part of it, is the staffing plan for the sheriff.
Right, and that's what Judge and I was just talking about. It's on the ballot clocks and you do all of that. The main thing is the scheduling plan, and we're driving that. We expect to see. I mean, and again, I'm going to continue to be a defender when I look at other jails, what's happening at the state, and the management we are deploying. That what we have done is basically curtailed it by saying, hey, we are looking at every daggum individual. But biometrics, telestaff is going to take us to a whole nother level. And what we're doing is sitting down saying, give us the schedule. Because that dadgum biometrics is going to take, when you hit it, whether it's overtime, whether it's comp time, it's going to ping it.
And Daryl, you may be saying what I'm thinking, but we're buying those 119 clocks today, assuming that order passes. Mm-hmm. And so we don't need to wait till January to implement it somewhere. If Mike Griffith's amenable, maybe juvenile.
No, the initial clocks are purchased for the sheriff's office, actually.
Sheriff,
so I wanted to make sure we had enough purchased for sheriff, and any left over, we're going over to juvenile. But those are the first 2 offices.
But it's going to take programming.
It's going to take some programming, but I would love to get a sample going and see how this is going to work.
Yeah, okay. And again, one of the things, Dr. Watkins and I have been doing, we've got the sheriff has got to give us a scheduling program. That's the only way this begins to work. And we've sat down with them. They're working on a scheduling program. Because you can't deploy it, you can't even sample it without a schedule. The telestaff. I get it. Yeah. And so that's so I just want you to know it's not that we're just doing something. We are pressing the accelerator to say, hey, this is what we got to have to make it work.
Okay, well, what other questions, if any, do we have on this slide, or can we go to the next one?
Dr. Watkins, and I know I sent you this in writing in the past, but I don't know, I haven't heard about it. We also have some adjustments that we have some of the facilities personnel, and that has not come forward.
That's internal equity pay.
Equity pay?
Yes,
the equity pay plan for facilities?
Yeah, I think there's been some challenges as far as getting a good data set, but so I did include it here because it was not fully implemented, my understanding, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, he had not implemented
Okay,
it.
and so I did include it again to make sure that it is there for those that did not receive it this year.
Okay, well, those numbers were sent in March, so does that mean they're gonna get it twice? Or does that mean we're gonna get it, behind? Because I know that we have employees, and this is what I wanna be loud and clear. I mean, if we have all the money, the world will be perfect, but we don't. I wanna be sure that these facilities employees get their equity pay plan that they were promised.
And that's based on policy, as far as the implementation of it, so.
So I went back and looked at the briefing to, check on the date. We originally had this slotted for a March implementation.
Correct.
Right?
March of this year?
Yes.
Right. And so what we've run into is I cannot produce reliable key employment dates out of our system at this point. So key employment date is
From this system,
the date.
but the employees gave it to you.
So
What's the key employment date, the day they started?
either the date they started, the date they were promoted. So without getting into technical, the way that the adjustments were made in the system, it's caused some overrides of dates, like the date that the transaction was changed, not the date of the actual event. And so I'm hesitant, and I appreciate what facilities did, but I've got a whole organization, right? 6,500 employees, and I know of individual cases. I can't take care of those individual people without
Screwing up the whole thing.
Right, that's
Okay.
where I'm.
When will
So
that, but I mean, remember, Mr. Wilson, and I know you know these guys, I mean, we promised this, I mean, our employees are expecting this. How are we gonna solve the system problem that is not their problem?
So we've been working on this problem and had every week at least one update. Hey, go ahead and run this, see if it works. And it is a comedy of errors. Every time a change is made, it breaks something else.
Wonderful.
I mean, this is a nightmare scenario. It's the last tag on my board where I write all this stuff, and I keep looking at it every day to get this thing done.
Well, what's the time?
I don't have a solution. I don't have a timeline.
Okay.
I get we run it sometimes twice a week now. What's the report look like? So Accenture's working on it. Mr. Martin's been helping push this thing through, and if I could divine a solution, I would execute it this
Well, what do you want us to do?
Right, what can we do? Because I mean, this is demoralizing for these employees. And that's why at this point, I'm gonna stay where we are, colleagues, because I don't wanna have any more mistakes until all this system is fixed.
Okay. Is that what you want to?
No, I want these employees to be taken care of, Mr. Wilson. What's the divine intervention? Because I mean, we need it.
I don't have divine intervention. I need this report to produce reliable dates, right?
Mr. Martin, what are we gonna do?
My recommendation is, first, we're gonna communicate to the employees we believe are involved in the equity plan, let them know what we're doing, because right now, nobody knows. I mean, we got people coming to us. We need to let them know that we're working on.
Hang on a second on that now. I would hate that we communicate with somebody and tell them that they're gonna get something when we fix it.
He
and
didn't
then
say
come
get
to
something.
find out that they don't get something.
He didn't say get something.
I said that we are looking at the plan, and this is the holdup, because we've not communicated anything to employees, and I think that's unfair to
We're
them.
just saying, we're looking at the plan, here's the holdup. We're not saying you may or may not get it.
Exactly.
And then in the meantime, what I'm gonna probably recommend is we're just gonna have to go to a manual process, pull out all of those personnel adjustment forms.
And he's
from
not
the old system.
because that screws your system up, right?
Well, at some point, we gotta make a decision and go with something, is what I'm recommending. So
Well, when is that some point? Because these people have been waiting since March for a promise that this commissioner's court, approve and pass.
I agree, and that's why I've been hammering these guys every single time. We've got to do
Well,
something.
Mr.
So-
Wilson is very hammer already. So we're gonna, I mean, in the good sense of the word. I'm sorry, that was not the right word.
Yeah.
But
And that's my recommendation, is that we pull them, and then, at some point.
We can talk about that offline.
Thank you.
People right now.
Yeah, I got it.
Rolling out multiple platforms.
I got it.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk
because
online.
I
Since you're
heard
in the room with y'all.
right, and I heard enough of you cursing the other day. See, I knew you'd got to get it. He came up at the end of that table. You noticed that too.
Well, I don't know what that
you
is.
will get
Heard him afterwards, but anyway.
That was a meeting. We were in a meeting.
Is
We
it
were in a
appropriate to
meeting.
ask a specific question right now, or is there another time that should be done?
What did
Talk about another
some
time.
other
There's a
time.
lot of employees involved in this, and I'm
Yeah.
concerned that we've not communicated. to them.
Exactly.
Oh, we are not communicating, right?
Dr. Watkins.
44, item number 44.
Dr. Watkins.
That we're going to take that to closed. Actually,
Yeah.
that's a security
going to
issue. I
close,
think.
yeah.
That's another one, Commissioner.
Yeah, we're still on the budget.
We're still on the budget. Okay, and the BC, my last one is,
And you'll have your schedule by the end of the day.
Thank you.
okay, thank you. I don't know what the last one was, but I mean, I will appreciate, Mr. Martin, that it is moved first. The other issue, that's the vehicular crimes unit, one position, and obviously the justice of the peace. So with that, I'm fine, and you don't have to answer to
Okay.
me right now, Dr. Watkins. I really appreciate this.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to answer me right now. You can just follow up with me.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
will. Okay, so this is what we moved forward based on the last discussion of all these items here. We made some adjustments. What you saw yesterday evening are some of the updates based on a work session we had last week with Commissioner Sullivan. Some things may have not have been clear, so we wanted to make sure that was the case. Also, when you get your line item budget, don't be alarmed if something's charged and it's not budgeted, because we're finding sometimes it's because it might have been charged to a line and it should have been charged somewhere else. So we've addressed it in the budget. Okay?
Don't be alarmed if I.
No, so like we had some where Commissioner Summerlin pointed out that on expenditures it had a high number, but we didn't budget anything for the proposed, but it was taken into consideration in another line item.
They renamed things.
Yes, that's the easier way to say it.
They just
But
renamed
that's
things.
a very hard way to find it.
Very.
How are we going to know that?
And it
has
made
happened?
me concerned
We
too.
do a drill
What's the
down. We do everything he asked us about. We did a drill down and found where it was.
So you got your questions answered.
And I put them in and then I put it in the summary in everyone's email of what his questions were so that you'll see the answers. Okay, and this is just the total breakdown of all revenue sources: general fund, grants fund, road and bridges, fine fees, reimbursement of services. General fund property tax make up 66% of our revenues.
Can I ask a question also?
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
Could
correct.
I ask you not to use yellow because
You
they're
don't like
very
yellow.
difficult to read?
Okay,
Thank you.
so go back. So this one, we spent a lot of time the last 2 weeks on the general fund because that's the largest operating budget for the property tax supported funds. And so major technology, we did have a work session with Mr. Reed and Ms. Williams and Mr. Martin. And so we do still have to make, I don't know what's going on here. Okay. We do need to address Gardner study recommendations as far as positions. We did address operational needs for increasing computer hardware, and then include maintenance contracts increases in that fund. The major capital improvement project fund, this is a summary. There's a fund summary in front of all of the funds, and it kind of lists these out. So we had some challenges with the name for the Commissioners Court Economic Project. So the recommendation was to add community outreach, economic development projects. And so that's at the same level of this year. We're still working through your current projects and understand you guys have some transition as far as getting those dollars
Well,
spent.
let me just say this to my colleague. Damn it, the word is economic development projects. I'm looking at projects. I ain't figured out how economic development gets in the problem. My project is an economic development project, and I can tie it to. I can go back to 1950. In fact, I did. 1950, come forward, show county, show state, show what it's doing. Is it going to be an economic project, or is it going to be willy-nilly do what the hell we want to? I mean, come on. It said economic, and I stayed with the economic. and I looked at some of the other projects, and I'm like, tell me how this gets to be economic.
I will look to administration for some direction.
Well, now, like I said, we're using the word economic development projects.
Commissioner Price, perhaps I can add to this, and I wouldn't call it community outreach, I would call it community development.
Okay.
And the source statute touches on both economic and community development. I mean, there's always ways to tie an initiative to economic development, but specifically in the statute, it allows for community development, and that's why we expanded that language.
And I'll update it.
And I understood it, but again, I targeted, when he said economic development, I thought I was going to come and justify to whoever it was under this court that there was an economic development pipeline associated with what I'm doing.
Understand, sir.
And I think my project does that, does it not?
I agree.
Okay, that's all. But you get into some of that other stuff, it just that doesn't seem to get there. And I understand doing it for economic development, but okay, got it.
Okay, so I'll update the language to make sure it's in the final proposed adopted book to budget book. And then, of course, facility projects. This is a little lower than I believe Mr. Bazan said that they're needing, so we need to go back and look at that.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. We got a number of projects on today. CapEx. I mean, we'll never catch up at that.
We try to do it between 35 to 40, so I'll have to go back to look to see what are some things we can move around as an option. Now, Fund 126, I was going to talk to Mr. Bazan about that. That's the permanent improvement to see if there's some opportunities there to move some funds into the facility projects.
Well, definitely we need more money. I mean, and facilities will have a committee meeting next tomorrow. So it's already there, Dr. Watkins, what we need, and hopefully that is going to be our budget, and we're going to have us tomorrow all together for that.
Well, you won't have it tomorrow, but 126, like you said, you need to revisit and.
I'll look at that one as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that right, Mr. Basan?
It's a work in progress, and we'll continue to work with Dr. Watkins on this, but I agree with you and Commissioner Price that the amount on the screen is not going to work.
It's not reflective of what the priorities of the committee are. Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
Thank you.
Working with Public Works still based on what is needed for next year and the difference, because some of Ms. Blair's is overlapping from last year to this year, but what's been plugged there for now is $25 million, and we're going to continue to reconcile all call to projects 1 through 7, and then review project encumbrances. This is something we talked about with financial audit, and we're going to review those because we need to look at the time, because some of them are pretty old that's encumbered. So we're going to work with financial audit to look at if they're still open, and if they're not open, should we be able to release them?
But the policy, and Director Blair, we need to talk about this. The policy, you can talk about projects 1 through 7. This is the 7th call. At some point in time, I mean, some of our cities are not as robust as some of the rest of them, but some of these daggum projects have been lingering out there, and and a lot of them, they've changed courses, and if they haven't changed it, some of the commissioners have changed course. So the $25 million, does that get it? And then in the reconcile of the project, I thought we had sent our cities memos and basically told them, fish or cut bait, nice way.
Yeah, we've sent letters to the cities indicating to them that in a 4-year period. So basically, those letters have been submitted. Most of the projects we're talking about now are projects that are coming into fruition now.
Okay.
Based off of the 6th and 7th call.
But when she said, so when she said 1 through 7, I was like, what the heck? We got money left over like that. But anyway, it's 1 through 4, pretty much. Okay.
It's the projects that are coming on board right now.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
So coming up next, September 10th is when we'll have our court order to adopt tax rate and budget for Dallas County and Parkland. Then you'll also will have county and district clerks archive postings and hearings. September 18th, that's the deadline to adopt a tax rate. Financial audit, we're going to work with, and I don't know if everyone knows the process. Once you guys approve it, we send it to the financial audit. They review it, and if it's something that's not right, they kick it back to us. But they're going to review it by September 18th, and then deadline to submit executed and signed tax rate ordinance September 20th. Then we will be in our new budget October 1st, FY25.
Is that gotcha?
Yes.
All right. This, I'm going to try to get us done with everything but public speakers if I can by 1:30, and then we'll take a break to go to closed session, and we'll make sure the employees that are in here watching this have a chance to run to the cafeteria at 1:30 as well. So the next thing that we have is our
Consent agenda.
consent agenda. Is there
No, second, no pulling or anything.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Good job on the job fair here recently. And we have a pool for discussion on bid number 5. So is there a motion on all the bids except for 5?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And 5.
Move approval for discussion.
Second.
All right. What's the discussion?
Well, I want to know, my discussion is more inquiries than it is anything else. I'm very much in favor of doing this. There's not a problem. I wanted to get an idea of where we're going with this, and I suppose this is to Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis was here earlier.
Yeah,
but
and I
so
looked up and I didn't
what are
see
you
him.
trying to figure out?
Well, I'm trying to figure out the biometrics. How fast until we get those going?
Well, that's what we were talking
what we're
about
talking about, right.
earlier, right? And the hope is, Daryl's saying January, but what I'm saying is maybe we can do some tests quicker than that so we can see how it's working.
We are, that,
Yeah,
and that
I
was
think we
what
can
I was
get it
talking
done.
with Dr. Watkins about a few minutes ago. I've been assured that by the close of business today, we're gonna get a schedule.
Yep.
And we're gonna get a schedule from the Sheriff's Department. And once we get a schedule from the Sheriff's Department, then they'll be able to begin to talk about how we move forward.
And specifically, the telestaff was January. The biometrics, once we get them, we're going to install them, and they can start using them. So I know there's some issues that we've got to work through, such as which finger they're going to be using and which print, all of
But we
that.
gotta
that
have,
to work
but you
through.
gotta have a
But-
schedule.
But they're working on that, and I think once we get this done, they have clocks ready,
Okay.
correct?
All right, well,
Mr. Frost?
that's different than what I heard before. Let me make sure if I understood this right. Telemetrics is going to be in January, but the biometrics, that is to say, scanning in with your thumb or your face, or whatever
Right.
the biometric may be, that's sometime later, and we don't know when. Is that right?
That's sometime sooner. That's what's on the agenda now, so we
Yeah.
can get those clocks in, get those on the wall, and figure out how we can use those.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, Cronus will configure up to 3 clocks, and it is the responsibility of the customer to train. Is that right?
That's correct. And
So
that's the piece
us.
that we're not sure of how long that's going to take. Mr. Lewis is going to have to get on that with all of 1,400, however many staff there are in the jail. But our thing is let's get it in, let's test it on the unit, and let's move it. So
Okay.
Yeah, and let's have Mr. Lewis work with you and pick some places
Well, he is.
to
All right.
start.
Yeah.
So this is going to be led by ERP? All right, good. That's what I'm asking for.
European
Okay.
Chronos, yep.
Thank you.
And do we have, we're gonna test it first. I mean, I just wanna sound cautious about the, nightmare that we have with technology around here. So it's gonna be tested first.
It will be tested first, and it shouldn't be any different in terms of
It works when people who know what they're doing.
Well, I mean, I hate to tell you.
Yeah, well, Mr. Lewis knows what he's doing.
But what's going to happen is just we're going to take
He's
down
done
one
it
clock
before.
and put up the new clock. So the infrastructure's already in place. We're not putting new clocks in different places. These are going right where the clocks that are currently there are. So I think the toughest part is going to be the finger piece and the fingerprinting. So that's going to be the part that's going to need some time. and some training. So once we get that out the way, and I like the idea, let's test it in one unit, find out how it works with that piece, and then let's run all
I
the
agree.
DSOs and all 3 shifts.
Fool, if you don't put the right thing up there, you don't get paid. Hell, I mean, it's real simple.
That's the point.
Yeah, just put a
You know,
big
if you-
sign. Just put a big sign up there. Say, "Fool, this is your finger." I got some
And
other.
it has to be your
I got
finger.
some other ones, but this is your thing if you want to get paid.
Commissioner, as funny as that is, I'm telling you, it's a challenge. I mean, you see it at the airport now with the eyes, you have surgery, things like that. Hey, you don't get recognized. I've been waiting behind somebody, I don't want to tell you, that can't put the right finger or their eyes don't work on the machine. So with that being said, caution, I think we have to do it like you say, Mr. Martin, but I just don't want to have another nightmare that we cannot.
We got somebody who knows what they're doing anyway, and he's done it before.
I heard you say.
He's got one more question.
Yeah, I got one more question. I heard you say leftovers go to juvenile. Do we have any idea what that looks like in terms of count?
I do not. I know they were getting that number. My priority was the sheriff's office, but I'll go back and make sure we get the extras. I know they have them available, but we just wanted to make sure we got the sheriff taken care of this fiscal year, which is why you have it on this agenda. We're going to buy the rest for the county next fiscal year, correct? So.
All right, good. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Well, that's the lion's share. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, this takes us to the RFPs. There's been no request for pulls.
move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the court orders, pulling 3 to read things into the record, pulling 12 for 2 weeks from Commissioner Price, pulling 26 and 28 from staff, and pulling
44 for executive. 44
43 and 44
for executive.
for discussion. 44 is discussion will be an executive.
Correct.
Is there a motion?
Just reading it to the record.
Can you just very briefly go over those again?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say what they're being pulled for, I'll just say what's being
Okay,
pulled.
just tell me, yeah.
Number 3, number 12, number 26, number 28, number 43, and number 44 are being pulled, and this would be a motion on the non-pulled court orders.
So moved.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Hey, you probably emailed me and I missed it. The turf, the thing, it was you or Greg Gray, that's AstroTurf, right? Is that why that costs so much?
He's talking about the repair.
Right.
Turf in the middle of the field?
I'm not sure if that's what costs a lot, Judge. I think the expense part of that item was the drainage improvements.
Right.
I can look and get you the information on.
But
yes,
is it AstroTurf or is it grass?
it's turf.
Yes, sir.
So when y'all say turf, you'd probably put the word artificial, because when I hear turf, I'm thinking turf, right? So that makes more sense. Okay, but let's put artificial in front of that, or
Will do.
Astro, or whatever
Will
you
do.
want to
Moving
put.
forward.
They don't even make AstroTurf. Okay. Okay, so any discussion on these things?
I just want to make some comments. I mean, Dr. Huang is here, 28 on 29. I know that we talk a lot about the urban gardeners and, the obesity and everything that we need to do. I think these agreements with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Dallas County Health and Human Services for the Growers Education workforce are very good. And I want to thank Dr. Wong and, for all his effort and working on that. I would like to see some metrics, Dr. Huang. I know that I emailed you and you answered to my email, but I would like to see some metrics on how we do in the future with these programs. And then I think that those are pretty much my comments, other than the fleet operations on agenda item number 48 is great. Thank you.
I see Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Yeah, Mr. Garcia, on 45, do you use SharePoints on that as well? I know you inherited a lot of this, so I'm giving you some deference, believe it or not. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I am.
He's generous today.
Yeah, but do you use SharePoints on 45 as well?
just turning this back on, so what's 45?
Oh, okay. It's the
45.
election services contract with participating political subdivisions for conducting the general presidential and joint elections on November 5th.
No, sir.
Okay, you do not use SharePoint.
No.
It's $8.4 million election with $2.9 million from 11 subdivisions that have anything in the ballot. So that's the total cost of this election. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, I understand the cost. I just want to make sure we
how
have no
much-
trouble
Correct. No, I agree. Understand.
with SharePoint.
It's in that item as well. And somebody asked me about it yesterday on a breakfast. And believe it or not, I remember it. Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Okay.
That's it,
'Cause
Judge.
My staff, where's Daphne? She gone? She ain't gone back upstairs? Okay, cause last week she was dealing, she was over there and she was, there was a big mix up about it and it was out on that SharePoint stuff again. So I want to make sure. Just want to make sure, okay? Because I think what had happened last one that one of the entities had been left out, according to Daphne. What the hell is she going? She stay here with me. Anyway, I thought one of the entities had been left out last week when she was going. Daphne.
So, I believe.
What entity? I got
City
it.
of Ovela?
Huh?
City of Ovela?
Yeah.
They passed a resolution calling for the election in July, and we weren't made aware of it until last week. They reached out. I think part of it has to do with they have a little sleeve in Dallas County.
Oh no,
Most
I'm
of the
clear. It's in
elections
my
are
district.
in May.
Yeah.
So in May, usually we would give the names of the voters to Ellis County.
Okay.
And let them run it for them. But in November, when they join in, it becomes difficult because if we did that, those voters would have to come to Dallas to do the presidential and everything else ballot, and then go there to do the city election. So for the first time, they said, should we be doing this contract with you because it's different this time? And they were right. So it's the best thing. Their voters are going to vote in Dallas County and have a full ballot with everything plus the city. So it was a late, but we got to add them in here.
She said that what had happened is some information had been moved into SharePoint and then was not received by the central count station.
No, but when my staff brought it to me, they said, look, we just got this. They passed a resolution apparently, and they're on the ballot for May. So we said, okay, let's put them in a contract.
I would, okay. Good. She's telling me why she had to leave. Okay, gotcha.
So we just have to vote on the remainder of these at this point?
Well, we haven't voted on the body yet.
No, I got you.
We okay, Commissioner Price, move on?
Yeah.
Call the question then.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next before us is court order number 3. I need to read some things into the record there. Is there a motion on an amended court order 3?
So second.
All right, and
Moved by Summerman, second by Garcia.
the court order as found in your packet is amended as follows. Approve and acceptance of donation of visual art and items pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032, valued in the amount of $18,329 from the Office of Hamilton Wingo LLP, Barron and Blue, Aldous Walker LLP, and Tillotson Johnson and Patton to County Courts at Law numbers 1, 3, and 4 for the purpose of improving courtroom and jury room spaces and located in public areas or the jury room, and which we find is reasonable and consistent with other law if each recipient court affirms that the donation is in compliance with the Texas Code of Judicial Conduct. Donation shall not be for personal use of any court.
I'm just gonna say something to the court. Most of the people I know, I got some real trepidation with this, and didn't pull it. But I got some real trepidation for $18,000 and some courts. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. And I don't want to vote against it, but I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I don't understand. It's $18,000. Why? Why are we doing this? The courts with these individuals who are practicing in those courts, I'm sure.
Doesn't have their name on plaques underneath it, does it?
I understand that, but people know it's a court order out there, and I don't like it. I just can't. I'm having some real difficulty. I get it. I know where we're going with it, and I've had calls in the past. Oh, donate so and so and so and so. That's all right. We can. It ain't like it's $18 million. It's $18,000, and I don't like it. It just.
I like it. I think it beauties the court. I think it makes the experience of the jurors better.
Why don't we buy it?
Well, because they take tax dollars to do so, and this is coming from private individuals. Makes perfect sense. Make it
Private individuals who practice in those courts.
Yes, but the jurors won't know that. The only thing that they'll know is that there's beauty in their court.
But the people, okay. Yeah.
In fact, I like it so much.
This is done. As long as it doesn't say like the Thompson Night art show or something.
Yeah, we're right. We don't want to do that. I agree.
Blue art show or something.
In fact, I liked it so much, I wrote a poem about it.
Well, that figures.
Boy, well, let's hear
that.
That figures.
Law firms with art in their heart donated beauty to set us apart. With each stroke and each hue, you've brightened our courthouse view. Thanks for blending the law with fine art.
Well, okay, then.
Keep your day job.
I can't vote against that now. All right, any other questions on that before we vote?
Voces are read and violets
all
are-
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, and one abstention. So that passes 4-2, an abstention. Next before us is, hang on one second, let me get back to this deal. Okay.
Number 12 is next.
Well, 12, Commissioner Price pulled, and there's nobody saying that can't wait 2 weeks, is there? There's no emergency there. Okay, so the next thing that we have is 43, which I gotta get up to real fast. Here we go.
That's the
I
big
think
read.
we've already.
But we haven't read.
Let's talk
big
some
read.
more about it.
He's got to read those names.
Oh,
Barbara,
that's
can
right.
we attach a list instead of having to read every
So,
name
may
as an
I-
exhibit?
Into the record, because what was noticed and what was,
Yeah. See, that's what
So may I, before we read the names, we did a little research while I was, the names I would read, if you want to do this today, are 40, they're basically all filling vacancies or being appointed at large, ready to fill a vacancy, right? So the party wants to, let's say Darrell was appointed and they want to replace him, we need his resignation before we put in Joe. Those 15 at large are, let's get Joe appointed at large, so when we get that resignation, we don't have to come back. If we wanted to have a item on the special session next week, just to approve, we can bring these 78, not read them today. That would still let us get 400 people already get their letters and schedule appointment now.
Okay.
And we just fill this in next week, and the record's cleaner like you want it. We approve the list as it is today, and next week we say, here are the vacancies we wanted to put in last week.
So the 78 names that aren't on the list today are not necessarily replacements, they're all vacancies, right? They're filling vacancies.
Correct.
Okay.
Filling vacancies.
So it won't be that Mary Smith gets a letter that says she's a judge and a week later gets a letter that says Bob Jones is the judge.
That's
You're not-
exactly
you're
what
out.
I
Okay,
was checking on
that's
before I
fine.
came here, so we
Yeah,
wouldn't
everybody
send
okay
mixed
with that?
messages.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can still reach out to Mary, not Mary, the replacement, and say, let's get you trained. You're not a judge yet, but let's start getting you
Okay.
scheduled for training. And then
That's
we'll
fine.
officialize it next week. If you're okay with it, the party, I just called the chair and he said he was okay.
Great.
That way we can.
You
move
called the
forward.
A cleaner
Republican chair.
list.
Okay, so this is a motion on 43 unamended for today. Is there?
We just talked about not doing it today, but waiting till.
No,
we
no,
clean a
do
list.
Oh, we're
this,
doing
but
it
the
today, we're
78,
amending it later.
we'll do the 78 later.
Is
The
there a
final
motion?
amendment later.
I move.
Second.
Second.
I think he got it. I don't know.
It don't matter.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And I'm gonna ask you, Mr. Garcia, publish to us to our district so that we'll know?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
please.
Now, we have those ready, so we'll send them out probably today or tomorrow morning, so everybody sees it way ahead of
okay.
next week.
Okay,
Yeah, I think we got time to knock our speakers out, and we've already read the rules.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for all your work.
Yeah,
Those were pulled by staff.
and and Esmeralda and the staff was superb on Sunday. They were with us for about 3 hours, and I just want to thank you. Very grateful. We done got 50 million other calls, plays. I told them, hey, there's only a few Sundays left, but thank you.
Esmeralda
they did.
is fantastic and is
Yeah,
bilingual.
she did a wonderful job. All of you. the staff.
When in need, call her.
And
She still makes you less than James.
our first speaker is Dolores Phillips, and we've already read the rules of decorum. Good afternoon, Dolores.
Thank you.
Hey.
You do have handouts, Dolores Phillips. The first one is going to be my mom's obituary. It's going to be a time in the court of law, and it's coming real quick, that attorney is going to be able to argue that his or her client did not write a document that shows to come from their computer at a certain point in time that was saved as a PDF. When you look at the obituary, the trifold obituary, that was the first obituary. I sent that proof to the funeral home. It's no doubt in my mind that they copied exactly what they received. What I'm saying is, due to me being blacklisted by the city of Dallas County municipalities, is that my emails for over 10 years have been hacked. It happened in school where documents loaded up to my assignments were loaded up to Blackboard. They were detached in cyberspace, rewritten, reattached, and sent to the professors as though I sent it like that. Fast forward, all the I's had been changed to U, meaning the letter I had been changed to Y-O-U, and Y-O-U had been changed to I, and I'm alleging that it was did to intimidate and to inflict fear. That poem was changed after I proofread it, spell checked it, proofread it again, and then it ended up wrong. And it has happened for years, even documents, court documents going to the federal court. Now, when you look at the document that I gave you of the incident detail report when we had the meeting on October 25th, 2013, down at the headquarters that was prearranged by Mayor Rollins, Corporal Cotner had agreed through Sherry Kusanamo, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Price? Kusamo. I talked with her in 2019, early 2019. She said she had spoke with Corporal Cotner. Corporal Cotner was willing to speak in the court of law, her and Belize Thorne down at DPD, because they knew they had got it wrong. When Brian Reiser just settled with Dallas police because they copied the wrong information, I knew when he said that he was not at that location that it was a possibility that he was speaking the truth. So when you get a fabricated police report stating you used hands and feet as weapons, you can use it at a university, and it's fact. They used it at UTA to kick me out of a dual master's program in social work and criminal justice. The reason I'm saying this is because it's important, because this is big. You have people down in Lou Sterrett locked up for less. You have officers on the Brady's list for less. I've been to the U.S. Attorney's Office to ask for an investigation into the retaliatory complaints that's filed against me, because I'm speaking here. I'm asking for you to investigate as to why Dallas County Court-appointed attorney ad litem Deputy Sharma got paid for doing things that she said she did for my dad and she didn't, causing his demise before his time. I'm also alleging that my mom's health care was derailed because I'm blacklisted. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Honorable Jenkins.
And I'm very, very sorry for your loss, Dolores. I said a prayer for you, and I'll keep you in my prayer list.
I do appreciate it. Thank you so
Would you
much.
like these back?
No, I want you to keep them, and you can do whatever you choose to do with them. I do appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Our next up is William Hopkins.
Judge Jenkins, y'all take off 2 weeks out of the month. And you were talking about the people that's in jail that stay there 6 months for a minor incident. I was wondering about the women that y'all lock up. Do they stay in jail 6 months? Say for instance, she got 3-4 kids, and the father already locked up for nothing. Y'all lock up blacks for nothing. My son was robbed at Kimber, and it was cut up. So I asked John for help, and John told me that we need more John Wiley Price. He didn't believe it. I called 911 for the police to come help me. The police took me to jail and left the kid that cut my son up and robbed him for his leather jacket in the school. So I asked John for help a long time ago. He told me that we need more Johns, that he couldn't help me. So that's why I'm surprised that he talked about this monkey on the cup. He told me that you need more Johns, but he helping somebody with some monkey on a cup. And people dying in West Dallas from the lid. He had them to come to the boys club and get money. John, Fred Byron and Bud, Lisa Blue, Dorothy Bud, of the Fred Byron and Bud law firm. John and the attorneys came, had them people come to the boys club, told them don't tell nobody, don't tell the media, don't tell the Dallas Morning News, don't tell nobody, come get like $20,000 per family. Now the money was about $1 million for the family, but John and the preachers, I don't want to leave out the preachers neither. It was some ministers, Spurials, Reverend Spurials, him and Pat Spurials was together when they had them people to come to the boys club. Told them don't tell nobody and get like $20,000 per family. They dying over in West Dallas. John got paid, the ministers got paid, they got their roof fixed, the ministers got their parking lot paved, they got new windows in the churches, some of them got brand new churches, some of them got the parking lot paved and new windows and air conditioners. Fred Byron and John them paid the preachers. John got paid. Pat Spurials got paid. Everybody got paid. People dying in West Dallas. I've been coming down here like 20, 25 years almost. Judge Jenkins. I'm just trying to help the blacks that's dying in West Dallas. And the judges, they taking off every Friday. I'm gonna tell you why so many people locked up for nothing. The judges take off every Friday. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing because they're white judges. Them judges been doing this about the last 5 years. Taking off every Friday.
All right, William, you're out of time.
I'll see you next month.
All right. Our next speaker is Ryan Barnett.
Good afternoon, Judge Jenkins and members of the Commissioners Court. Hi, my name is Ryan Barnett. Last week, I discovered, I guess inadvertently, a fraud being committed against the citizens of Dallas County, the people of Dallas County, by the Dallas County District Clerk's Office. Specifically, last Monday, I went to go receive a cash bond refund that I was entitled for a cash bond I had paid. The charge had been dismissed, all cases were dropped. The county clerk told me that I was, pursuant to Section 117, being charged a $50 administrative fee. Now again, to be clear, I was not convicted, my charges were dropped. In the eyes of the court, I had done no wrong. The $50 administrative fee, they claim, they put a little stamp when you give your bond receipt, they put a stamp on there and it says that they'll take this $50 fee that they're allowed to. When you deal with the public defender's office, they will tell you that they'll take the administrative fee. But if you actually go look and you read the law and you read Section 117, it says that they cannot, they may not, that is the exact verbatim law, they may not take the fee from you unless you have been found guilty. They have been doing this. I caught this 2 years ago on a misdemeanor case. I brought it to their attention. They quickly, oh yeah, here you go. And they gave me the full refund. And I can show you guys, I have proof of a video interaction with the misdemeanors office. 2 years later, on a felony charge, they try the exact same thing. When we called them out and said this is theft, the sheriff's office forcibly removed my 67-year-old mother from the Frank Crowley building. We have filed charges with CID, with the state troopers, and we are currently working on a civil rights lawsuit. This is a very large fraud. They have been taking at least $50 in administrative fees from people that are innocent. Again, I was not convicted. My charges were dropped. I should be entitled to 100% of my cash refund. I'm more than happy to provide anyone with videos. I've got all sorts of documentation. I can email you guys on this to follow up. But they have been taking this $50 fee from the research that I could do for at least the 9 years that Felicia Petrie has been in office. They have published, they actually, under her advisement in September 1st of 2015, again, she took office January 1st of 2015, they actually changed the stamp to advise you that you would be paying this fee. Not that it may be deducted, but that it will be. You can go look and find records that show the stamp being changed. Again, this is $50 that's being taken from every innocent person. Take it from guilty people, absolutely. But those of us who are innocent, who are getting our bonds back, deserve the money. Additionally, I called Harris, Tarrant, Travis, and Collin counties, and Behar. None of them take this fee. And I have confirmed that the fees also pass through the bail bondsman and just kind of back-ended on to anyone who does it. I did a cash bond, but it's going to affect everybody. Thousands of people have overpaid.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Our next speaker is Keisha Nixon. I don't think she's here. Keisha Nixon. Not online, right? Okay. Next is Ed Kaufman. And I think he's gone. Yeah, he did speak, that's right. And then I saw LaCoya earlier. They're right there. Okay.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm pretty good, you.
I'm here because since June, I've been getting it's 4 police departments getting investigated. Grand Prairie, Duncanville, Denton, and now Mesquite. And I moved to Mesquite 2 months ago. And I got welcomed with 2 assault rifles by my next door neighbor that happens to be a part of the Ku Klux Klan, as well as she told me and my family that all the black people there are Section 8 nigger bitches. So I have a problem with that. I asked the city of Mesquite to put a hate crime on this lady, because anybody, if I would have came outside with 2 assault rifles and showed it to this white lady and winked at her and took it in the house, you would have had SWAT at my house. So I have a problem with the statement the lady made, and then I have a problem with the lady showing these rifles to my family as if we was gonna be intimidated. And then I'm hearing from neighbors that this lady has been intimidating all of the black people on the street. And it ain't number like literally 3 left. So the thing is, I don't run. I don't do none of that. I'm not afraid. I've never been. I just don't understand this lady doing what she doing. And then we had an Officer Rowland came out. He did nothing. I had to call the mayor's office, and I told them what had happened. And a week later, he came to do a report. And I had him removed. I said, no, I don't want you to do a report because you should have did it a week ago. If you took it serious. What he told me, did she point the gun at y'all? She don't have to point a gun at us. I'm glad she didn't, because it would have been World War III on that street if she would have pointed that gun at my daughter. Because it was my daughter that was there. I was literally rushing home. She was upset about the car being stalled in the alley. And my older kids was trying to push it back into the garage. But the problem was, another issue was her husband went in my car on his own, didn't ask nobody, and tried to move it himself. So I have a problem with people thinking racism is the key to the city. It ain't. Because, believe me, I'm not done with this lady. I probably have a Black Panther Party in my yard real soon. I have a problem with her doing this with the rifles, and no consequences have been given to this lady. It is a hate crime for you to do that. I don't care what nobody say, that is a hate crime. And like I said, if I would have came out with some assault rifles and winked at her and laughed in her face and took it in. She took it out of her trailer that's in the backyard, which we're in Dallas County. I want that trailer removed because it has no stickers on it. It's on blocks. Somebody's living in it, and that's another problem.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, LaQuay. You're out of time. Our final speaker is Michael Simmons. Michael Simmons, not online, right? All right. And that concludes our speakers for today. We may come back, we'll come back to adjourn, but we may come back and take a vote on a court order that's been taken into executive session.
Commissioner, for the court order you're taking into executive session, we need to indicate which section exception we're taking it into executive session.
Oh, okay. So we're taking in court order 44 on a security exception.
So 551076 to deliberate the deployment of specific occasions for implementation of security personnel or devices or a security audit.
Yes.
Okay.
And so in a moment, we'll begin our closed session under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of that closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. We'll begin closed session momentarily. All right. Okay, no action necessary from the closed session. Court stands adjourned.